Hello.
Hi, Talia. I think we are all waiting for yeah.
Thank you for confirming. I was just wondering whether my sound was working. Thank you, Gamze.
Yeah, we might check the cameras as well as we are here. Okay. Not yet for the cameras, but that's fine.
Okay.
صباح الخير. صباح الخير.
صباح النور.
Good morning.
صباح النور. أنا سامعكم على قناة العربي، على قناة الإنجليزي.
ايش بدك اعمل؟ ما سمعت. الدكتور سامعيني انتو؟ الدكتور جورج جاكومان عضو هيئة أكاديمية معتمد في
Dr.
جامعة
George Jakaman, a member of the Birzeit academic, is specialized in democratic transformation. He worked as with the cultural studies before, and he's the dean of the literature arts faculty at Birzeit. He has a number of publications and research in some international debates, and he also writes in Palestine for Palestinian, Arab, and international periodicals.
لا نعمل تيست.
جمانة، كمل القراءة لو سمحت.
الدكتور باسم الزبيدي
Dr. Basim Zbedi, member of the academic commission at the political sciences department at Birzeit University. He worked as a director of the MA program in democracy and human rights at Muwatin. He also worked as a director of the planning and political development at Najah University, at Najah National University.
أوكي. غمزة تركيلي عضو الهيئة الأكاديمية في مجموعة أبحاث القانون
Gamza
والتنمية في جامعة
Gamza Turkili is the member.
القانون الدولي والقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان والتنمية المستدامة. تجري بحوثا حول الالتزامات عبر الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان والجهات الفاعلة المختلطة بين القطاعين العام والخاص في القانون الدولي، مثل الشراكات بين أصحاب المصلحة المتعددين والتمويل التنموي عن المساءلة المبتكر والأعمال التجارية وحقوق الإنسان
and human rights.
تاليا كروغر
Talia Kruger, member of the Academic Commission in International Special International Law on Development Research at her university. She's interested in international cross-border international cross-border legal issues and the role the law can do to strengthen the legal status of people in marginalized groups. She worked in international contracts and the international procedural law.
and responsibility. She is the principal investigator of the ERS Starting Grant funded Genesis project.
ميرا عم بتترجم هلا. هي بتترجم. هي بتترجم. انت اعملي جروب للمترجمين، احكي لهم هلا بلشوا يترجموا بس من دقيقه. طيب بس بنجرب مع مين حاليا؟ بدنا نطلب من جماعه.
Talia Kruger, Professor of Private International Law at the Law and Development Research Group of the University of Antwerp. Her interests are cross-border legal issues and the role the law can play to enhance or endanger the protection of human rights for people in marginalized position. In this context, she has worked in international family law as well as international contracts and international procedural law. عصام مخول, Director of the Emile Touma. خلاص؟
Recording in progress.
انا بتلزمني 24 دقيقة. خلص تمام. لا الساعة جلسة ساعتين الا ربع وقت كافي. قديش بدك؟ 3 دقائق.
يسعد صباحكم جميعا وبنرحب فيكم
Good
وبنتشكر.
morning, everybody. We welcome you and we thank you for being with us today. We are starting with the second day of the 29th conference of Muwatin, which needs, whoever needs interpretation, the devices are outside, and those who are with us online, just change the channel and pick up interpretation icon. So today we will go on with the fourth session related on the interactions between the external and internal relationships. We will start with Dr. Georgia Kaman. Dr. Georgia Kaman is a faculty member at the Birzeit University. He specialized in philosophy and issues of democratic transition. Previously, he served as head of the Department of Philosophy and Cultural Studies, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, and founding Dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies at Birzeit University. He has several published books and publications in specialized journalists. He writes political analysis for Palestinian, Arab, and international periodicals. Dr. George will present his paper about the support of U.S. for Israel, a strategic asset, or the power of Zionist lobbies, the war of extermination as a model. Dr. Jacquemin, the floor is yours. On this there has been an ongoing debate for years about whether the United States support to Israel over the past several decades is due to Israel being a strategic asset to the US, or whether this support is primarily the power of organized groups or lobbies, as they are sometimes called, that work regularly to influence the position of successive American administrations towards Israel and in its favor. As for the first position, that Israel constitutes a strategic asset to the United States, or in less abstract formulations, that Israel is the spearhead of the United States in the Middle East, it appears at the first glance that it is easier to reach as a conclusion without any knowledge or insight on the topic by what is known as the man of the street or women of the street, since it might be said that it is unreasonable to lavish all this financial and military support on Israel without having a major interest for the United States in this. However, on the other hand, it is also possible, with the same degree of ease and lack of information, to reach to an opposite conclusion, which is that the global Zionist movement is behind this support, and based on what it is said about us Arabs, that we are inclined towards the conspiracy theory in explaining political events. That is, that there is a Zionist conspiracy seeking to control or has controlled the political decision in the US. We have seen examples of this type of interpretation in the Arab uprising that has begun in Tunisia at the end of 2010, then in Egypt on January 25th, 2011 and beyond. Sometimes we find that this type of interpretation, not only among the man of the street, but also among students preparing for their doctorates at Birzeit University and in discussions with each other about the Arab revolutions and uprisings. I will not approach the subject from this perspective or the perspective of these two approaches because as I have formulated them, they are below the level of criticism. I will focus on the factors and the types of data necessary to write about the topic to support either position and the methodological problems that accompany this type of discussion. In some cases, as I will argue, the two factors come together, the convergence of interests in a number of aspects and the diversions of strategic interests as well. I will conclude my talk by giving you bad news related to this topic, for which I apologize in advance. I will begin with a point of view that sees Israel as a strategic interest, pointing out only a number of historic changes that can be used to support this viewpoint. And very briefly, I will begin. This is a strategic interest. I will begin with a Balfour Declaration, as it is known in English, which has, as you know, promised the Zionist movement of a national home for the Jews in Israel, in Palestine. Also, at the end of the World War I, Britain and its allies were in the process of dividing the lands of the Ottoman Empire. Britain saw in this national home a base or an area of influence in the Middle East. It was clear that the phrase national home could ultimately mean a state, especially that Britain, since Britain would have had a mandate in Palestine after the end of the war. The US has supported then this promise. Here, it is clear that the establishment of the State of Israel was a strategic interest for Britain and perhaps also to the United States. The Zionist movement knew since the beginning that as a colonial settlement movement in a land that was not its own, it would be in a hostile environment, especially after the Nakba, but also before that. Thus, Jablonski's idea of the need for an iron wall as a barrier to the indigenous people and others, and this was, he wrote about this in 1923, before Israel was established. So this this policy of iron wall will remain. And here I would like to refer and say that Netanyahu has indicated in a speech in July 23, mentioning Jablonski by name. The idea of the iron wall has been translated in several ways, including initiating war with enemies whenever an opportunity arises, or finding an opportunity, as happened in the 1967 war, when Israel claimed that the closure of the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping by Egypt was tantamount to a declaration of war on it. This was preceded by the Zionist movement, having moved the center of gravity of its work from Britain to the United States at the end of World War II, after it had become clear that Great Britain was on the decline as a superpower and that the US had become the first country in the West in terms of its economic, technological, and military capabilities. In the midst of the conflict between the Eastern and Western camps during the Cold War, it can be said that Israel's alliance with the US and the Western camp in general was a strategic alliance. This situation remained as is until the conclusion of a peace agreement between Israel and Egypt during the Sadat era. Although the Six-Day War was primarily an Israeli interest, it was also an American interest. The United States continued and for Israel to be an extremely important strategic asset. And I repeat, for Israel, but the opposite is not true. Israel's strategic importance gradually diminished from the perspective of the US in the 70s and 80s of the last century, and from there until today. As for the point of view that does not see support for Israel as a strategic asset, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union, I would like to point out, first of all, that it is true that Israel continued to provide a number of services to the US, including, but not limited to, various intelligence information, not only about Arab countries, but also about other countries, not necessarily in the Middle East. But we have also witnessed a strategic conflict of interests to one way or another among the Warifer, for example, and of course, 2-3 examples. The first Intifada. After several years had passed since the first Intifada and Israel was unable to completely suppress it, the Bush administration decided to seek a negotiated political solution in order to preserve the stability of the Arab regimes loyal to it, as it was a model for their peoples who sympathized with them. And given that the Palestinian Intifada constituted an element of instability in the region, This goal, i.e. the stability of the Arab regimes loyal to the US, constituted a strategic interest to the US. The Israeli government strongly refused to negotiate in principle with any Palestinian side that represents the PLO, including any Palestinian independent Palestinian delegation in any negotiations. So at the beginning, there was no cooperation with the US on this. Prime Minister at the time was Yitzhak Shamir. The US Secretary of the State at the time, James Baker, made 15 shuttle trips in the region, and after great pressure, accompanied by a refusal to give Israel guarantees for a loan it had requested of $11 billion, the well-known formula was reached, i.e. Palestinian representation within the framework of the Jordanian delegation. This conference did not result in any agreement, and it was dissolved after the Oslo Accords were reached under the government of Yitzhak Rabin. In this conflict of strategic interests, the US only succeeded in holding the conference after several major Palestinian concessions, the most important of which was the Palestinian not representing themselves with an independent delegation. It is clear what the symbolism of the Palestinian delegation being within the Jordanian delegation is, i.e. the Palestinians' place is in Jordan and not in Palestine. The other example, which was also had an opposing opinion, was the war on Iraq in 2003. Unlike the first war that the United States fought against Iraq in late 1991 and early 1992 to end the occupation of Kuwait by Iraq, in which the United States had a strategic interest, namely the independence of Kuwait as a state, it had no strategic interest in wagging the second war in 2003, especially in terms of its results. It has played a pivotal role in calling for the war and in preparing the internal atmosphere, especially since most of them were Zionists who were supporting Israel, especially that the U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney was one of its members. Dick Cheney was, in fact, the de facto president of the U.S. in terms of his influence. Netanyahu was very close to this group, even if he was not a prime minister at the time, but he was the head of a parliamentary bloc that was expected to return to power, as happened in 2009. I would like to remind you here that Israel's hostility towards Iraq is not new. As you know, Israel has bombed the Iraqi nuclear reactor in 1981. Israel's position is known from a strategic perspective, that is, it will not accept the presence of a strong state in the Middle East that is hostile to it. This position is still the same as we see now through its position from Iran. After it has become clear that the existence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq was a big lie used to incite war, the prevailing opinion in the US after the war and until now is that the war on Iraq was a big mistake. And no one in the mainstream media dared to talk clearly about Israel's war in the war and its supporters to the US. Despite that, the US has paid a heavy price for this war, as it has cost $1.1 trillion billion or $1,100 billion, in addition to the deaths of 4,500 soldiers and the wounding of 32,000. But what's more important from a strategic point of view is the growing influence of Iran in Iraq after the war. And this influence still exists till this day, politically and on the ground, which resulted in the launch of a number of marches from Iraq on Israel within the framework of what is known as the unity of arenas during the war of extermination against Gaza. I would like to add, as known, the United States has military bases in all the Arab Gulf states, and 2 other small bases were added to them during the proxy war on Syria. 2, one in the north, one in the south. In addition, and another small base in Jordan. If the United States was looking after its strategic interests in the region itself, and it goes its wars, then why does it need Israel? And if Israel is a strategic asset for the United States, in which most interests converge, why does the Zionist movement need this great effort that it is making inside the United States and on more than one level to ensure that the policies of the United States regarding the Palestinian issue and other issues are in line with Israel's interests, if there is a convergence of interests in the first place? What is being neglected by the hypothesis of Israel as a strategic asset for the United States in the region is, first, the large organizational structure that the Zionist movement has worked on to build in the United States and European countries as well. And the extension of this structure in those societies, universities, and various communities, institutions, and all centers whose work has an impact on Israel. What is being neglected now are the facts, truths, and results achieved by this organizational structure. And examples are many, but not limited to making the accusation of anti-Semitism in the United States and major European countries, in particular, a deadly weapon used against its opponents. This is in addition to the ongoing efforts to influence the appointments in decision-making circles that affect Israel, especially in the US, including Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the diplomatic corps, advisors to the president of the president, members of the National Security Council, and many other places. Most important of which is who runs the Congress in both, and who supports it, and who is campaigned against, and so on. Examples are many, and there's no space here to mention them all. The largest part of that is public information that a researcher who knows is looking for kind of thing. In case of the appointments in the Biden administration, for example, the 2 most important people in shaping the US positions on the war of annihilation are Secretary of State Blinken, who we saw how he presented himself on his first visit to Israel after October 7th. That is, as he said, if you remember, he was coming here as a Jew, even though he was also holding the title of Secretary of State. And the other is Amos Hochstein, the special assistant, and who is now responsible for the file of Hezbollah and Lebanon on the one hand, and Israel on the other hand. So he was responsible for and he's a former soldier, and he is a special assistant to the president, and he is an Israeli and was born in Israel and a former soldier in the Israeli army. And no one dared to say that there could be a conflict of roles and a conflict of interests, at least in the case of Hochstein. At least it's worth noting that Blinken and Hochstein were the 2 people who gave the green light to Israel to expand the attack on Lebanon, according to one major news site. We have seen the same thing happens on previous occasions. So, for example, in the Camp David negotiations in July 2000, as the Zionist Dennis Ross wrote, after the event for years, and Dennis Ross played a key role in the negotiations. And here I quote, he said, "We were Israel's lawyers in Camp David." I would add here that it is not possible to cram all or even most of what I've said so far into a general hypothesis that is different from what I have said and devoid of many details, tangible evidence, and available public information. It is not possible to cram all of this into a hypothesis of the type that influences the US policies in general and in particular towards Israel is something like major industries or bank capitals or the military industrial complex, and then to assume without credible evidence that the Zionist movement has its tireless work is basically in the interest of one or all of them, consciously or unconsciously. It is not clear that the big industries and banking capitals and the military industrial complex that prevented the US from taking a firm stance against the theft of land and settlement in the West Bank, or that it prevented the US from taking a supportive stance towards Security Council resolutions that would have been negative towards Israel had it not used the right of derogation, or that these big industries and capitals had prevented the establishment of a Palestinian state. Without detailed and documented evidence showing how these interests prevented the US interests from putting any effective pressure on Israel because of these interests. Unless all these remain views and on unsubstantial assumptions. Finally, I turn to the war of extermination, in which two sides came together, common interests between Israel and the US, and conflicting interests as well. I will not review all the stages of the war of extermination, but I will point out to two strategic issues as examples. I will begin by saying that it is clear that the US considers both Hamas and Hezbollah to be terrorists and want to end their military role just like Israel. This is what is common in terms of interests. However, at the beginning of the war, we saw the emergence of a question about Israel's plan for the day after, as I call it. Here is the strategic interests differ. That is not immediate or tactical interests such as reducing the killing of civilians or allowing in humanitarian aid, but rather long-term interests related to the political map of the region. Secretary of State Blinken has stated more than once that Gaza will remain Palestinian territory, and the declared position of the Biden administration was for the Palestinian Authority to return to govern Gaza after it's rehabilitated. As for Netanyahu, he made his position very clear in his famous phrase, as you may remember, neither Hamas nor Fatah stand. He added early in the war that Israel would keep the security responsibility in its hands, which means reoccupying Gaza, or to be more precise, to keep it under occupation, because it's already occupied because the sovereignty is in Israel's hands, borders, sea and air. And his position remains the same to this day. As for the second strategic issue, it's related to Iran. Throughout the stages of the war of extermination, it was the differences between the two parties were clear. Netanyahu sought to drag the US into war with Iran, and the Biden administration tried to avoid this in various ways, including an agreement with Iran. After the assassination of Iranian leaders at the Iranian embassy in Damascus, that Iran's response would be limited, so that Israel would not respond in a way that would lead to a successive escalation that would end in a regional war that the US would be forced to enter. The reality is that the strategic interest was between the United States and Iran, as neither of them wanted a large-scale war in the region. And this position contradicted with the position of the current government in Israel. So whoever considers that the efforts of the US, Britain, and France to shoot down Iranian missiles in at least 2 stages is support for and protection of Israel does not read the political map of the current conflict well, because the whole objective of this field intervention was to reduce the number and thus the impact of these missiles so that Israel would not escalate any response it took and the matter would develop into a regional war. What is true is that the Biden administration is a partner in the war of extermination in terms of supplying Israel with weapons and bombs that have so far killed at least 42,000 martyrs or more. Most of them are women and children. These are clear war crimes, although the tools to stop the war were in the hands of the Biden administration in terms of completely stopping military support. The reason for this is not strategic interest, but rather the position of the Congress, especially the Republican Party and more than half of the Democratic Party, who are captive to the Zionist lobbies and the Zionist capital that finances the campaigns of a number of candidates, especially in an election year, when political outbidding is the master of the situation. Finally, I will conclude with one sentence on another but related topic. I regret to inform you with the great sadness and sorrow of the bad news. And why do I apologize implicitly? It's related, though. I regret to inform you with great sadness and sorrow of the absence of a single specialist in Palestinian universities, in American policies in general, domestic and foreign, and European policies as well, for countries that influence us in Palestine, and in the precise sense of specialization, to illuminate the path for us in this topic. I blame the administrations of Palestinian universities for this clear deficiency. May God reward greatly for your affection. And thank you. Thank you, Dr. George. We will keep the questions until we will move on to Omar Qassis and Hadil Ayoub. Omar Qassis is about olive oil, and he's our colleague in Mawata. And we have with us Hadil Ayoub. She is an assistant researcher in Ayoub and about places and urban places in Omar and Hadil, the environmental capacities.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Our title today is Ecological Imperialism and the Transformation of Palestinian Landscapes, Olive Trees, Woods. This presentation, we would be addressing the olives due to the short time. The outline, we would start with the methodology, the verbal framework, case study, and concluding remarks. Our methodology is based on the gathering of verbal history, includes the ethnographic and field work, drawing the ecological maps and reviewing GIS and tracking the types, the hybrid and the plants. The concept of ecological imperialism was started by Alfred Kunz in his writings.
الإمبريالية البيئية نظرية كتبها المؤرخ
Imperialism, ecological imperialism started
ركز على تأثير الكائنات الحية
where he focused on the biota or the
للعوالم الجديدة
how to bring them to the new worlds, how they contributed to making the lands strange to the indigenous people themselves, how to employ the species in the colonialization processes, and basically the contagious diseases that removed huge numbers of populations. And they in the new world, and they
من خلال زيادة عدد السكان. يعني مثلا بعض النباتات اللي طلعت
including some of the plants, the European powers have used the plants and animals to do more in-depth imperialism, which led to the increase of the European population. Europe also exported the population surplus from Europe to many parts of the new world, the new world, new and the old and new world, like the settlers who only enriched the center through the implementation of the annihilation of population and the indigenous people in different areas. This population surplus was exported to the colonies. The imperialism process is based on extracting and annihilation at the same time, and other movements throughout the years in areas settled or occupied by Europe, and we mean by the New World not just North America, but Australia, New Zealand, the southern part, and the southern part, and South Africa. The ecological imperialism, which involves the old and new worlds. Palestine is the old world, and all the species employed by Europe to invade the new world.
تمام. هلا ففي تأثير يعني
So there is impact. Ecological imperialism does not only apply to Palestine, as it applied to the new worlds, such as in the two Americas specifically. However, it goes in other, or it gets involved in other methods today. Now there is the climate change that is affecting the ability of the agricultural capitalism. We have an agricultural crisis in capitalism. This crisis is fundamental in preventing capital to adjust to the climate change. The capital is suffering in feeding the world, mainly due to the climate change, not just because there is a shortage of production. On the contrary, there is a big surplus in terms of production, but the majority production actually is transferred to fuel, to biofuel, or it's used as fodder for the animals or for livestock. And this is in terms of the agriculture that started with the Green Revolution, relying on the planting of one type or with too much pesticides and the bigger need for irrigation. With the failure of the Green Revolution, that is an attempt to invest in the capital in new agricultural mechanisms such as the air or water agriculture or the climate improvement. So they're trying to treat or to deal with the agricultural crises. Zionism has always placed itself as an innovative tool in dry lands, and it started with the second Zionist immigration attempting to export some types of Palestinian products to the breadbasket of the Central American wheat planting. And of course, Zionism, like any other colonial movement, tried to make the desert flourish. And of course, with emphasis on the colonialization, a dream of Ben Gurion, and the innovations, the Israeli innovations are on hygiene and the irrigation technologies that bring us to Palestine and the land of Palestine and agriculture, Palestinian agriculture. In our first case, which is the olive tree in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. And until 2023, there were 13 million olive trees in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Before 1948, there was more than 30 types of olives grown for different reasons. Today, we know only 6 types, but the rest are not known, unfortunately. 80% of the fruitful trees include olive trees and 50% of the agricultural land. It's a main source of 80 to 100,000 Palestinian families as a source of income and as a source of food. However, the impact of the occupation is clear. More than 1 million olive trees were uprooted since 1967 through 2010. Initial reports in Gaza address at least 9% of the more than 1 million olive trees in the Gaza Strip. So Gaza is like the second producer of olive oil after Jenin, the West Bank. At the level of production of per tree, like the Roman old tree in some areas used to produce zir, like 1 gallons at about 150 kilos, whereas today the olives don't make 16 kilos per gallon. And this is of course the increase of the number of olive trees. The voluntary work teams planted millions of trees after the 1967, in addition to other initiatives by the PA to plant olive trees. About 150 olive trees, 1,000 trees have been planted with this increase, tremendous increase. However, the national GDP has went down to less than half. The Zionist claims or allegations we have, or the so-called Zionist olive, the first is the Risi, which is rooted from the Palestinian tree. That is the new. There's nothing very clear about the Risi type. It is still under experiment. It's still being experimented, but since they proved it as a type, or they will expand this. The other type is called Ma'alot. It's being planted in Haifa and the coast. It started in 1997. The source of this or the origin of this olive tree is Tunisian, from Sfax area in the southern part of Tunisia. The famous Tunisian olive is famous for being able to resist diseases. The Zionists found a different generation of olives that would help resisting the عين الطاووس disease, as you can see here, or the peacock eye. That's the name of the, as you can see in the shapes of the olive leaves. It leads to the falling olive leaves, which lessens the water or the amount of water produced by the olive tree, and this would only lessen the which makes the fruit, the olives themselves, smaller and less productive in terms of fuel or oil. And this is superseding the Malot olives. The third type that we have here is known as K18. That is being marketed. It's called Barnia, and they call it the Zionist olives. They've been able to make it goes back to the English or the British colonization in Egypt, who tried to in the centers, the agricultural centers in Egypt, supervised by the military governor in Egypt, who supervised the research center for planting olive trees in Sinai Desert, and they tried also to hybridize new types of olives. And after after Abdel Nasser left Egypt, or I'm talking about 1967, Israel put some samples on 18K, which was hybridized in 2018. That's why they call it 18K18. And then the Barnia, that was a settlement in Sinai in that area. Currently, there is a huge governorate in Negev adjacent to the Sinai borders. There are some Bible or biblical dimensions to this. The K18 olive tree live 5 years, whereas the other olive trees live, other production of the other olive trees would take up to 30 years. It's sold in New Zealand, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and in India. In Saudi Arabia, they are expanding tremendously in planting olive trees. There are more than 20 million and there are 20 million olive trees, and they are exported to Jordan. In Jordan, they are now growing this Zionist olive trees. The problem with K18 is that after 18 years, it would go back to the normal or the ordinary production. Many of us have seen the K18 olive tree on your way to Jericho at the Abu George area or the Hebron route close to Shiuch village. You would see olive trees cut from the roots, and it does not produce because the settlers for the settlement uses, and it was hybridized in the Negev. It needed more irrigation because it relies on the salty water in the mountainous, rocky mountainous areas. You know, it's the nature of our lands, and you have to change the entire environmental system, and of course it depends on the underground water that necessitates hundreds and thousands of years, which the settlements are work on it or trying to extract it for free. Third, K18, its roots cannot get rotten. They can't tolerate the wet weather or the wet soil. For example, in Kalkiya Tulkarem in the north, the farmers found that this kind they had to uproot it because it suffers from the too much wet ground or soil, and K18 was used for included the guava, avocado, and other tropical fruits that were brought to the northern side of the West Bank, and the that it is affected by, it is rapidly affected by the ecological factors in India, Rajasthan, where they planted K18. It's like an internal colonialization in India. When they found the K18, they started to plant it in the eastern borders of India. The Pakistani farmers, they brought Hindus farmers to plant this kind of, so it was this kind of olive trees. So it was a kind of another kind of type of colonialization at the India desert. They don't know why it was not good, a good environment for the planting. So the farmers had to resort to the olive leaves to make beer out. So this takes us to speak about the hybridization, the new fruits, and the old hegemony regarding the capital agricultural concepts, which will continue to be limited. This hybrid or hybridity gives you more crops for the short run only, but could bring more suffering or more diseases like the peacock eye. However, it still relies on the production of tremendous input such as compass or other pesticides, or if you want to look at this type, it can be good for hybridity and with support to the colonizing state or the occupation to encourage the settlers to plant more trees. If the capital is looking for a solution for its crisis, for its ecological and agricultural crisis, the Zionist hybrid is not fit for that, and it's based on it would lead to other problems. Thank you.
يعطيكم العافية عمر وهديل.
Thank you, Omar and Hadil. Hadil, please, if you want to continue, if you have, there are another two comments. The focus is basically on two things. The first one is the difference of ecological imperialism or the traditional imperialism as been researched by a number of scientists between the old world and the Palestinian case. In Palestine as a hegemony, capital hegemony, colonialized settler hegemony. Israel is specialized in using the ecological address or the ecological discourse in a double standard way. The first one is destructing the Palestinian environment, destructing the Palestinian olive trees, and preventing any kind of planting or Palestinian tree growing. However, Israel does a lot of it says that olive trees are an important symbol to the Israeli state or to the Jewish state, religiously speaking and nationally speaking. At the same time, it plants and uproots and destructs olive trees, which has to do with how to use the different environment tools in order to, in the best interest of the colonial occupation of Israel. So when we speak, we're not talking about only the greenwashing or the. We are talking about utilizing the ecological discourse and the tools to best serve the Israeli occupation. This is the ecological imperialism that we try to deal with in a certain meaning in Israel and in our Palestinian context, which is different from other meanings, other international contexts, whether in the New World or the colonialization of the New World or at areas such as India and others. So our discussion is that our context is different. Somehow it applies in some frameworks, but it has its own considerations. Thank you so much.
يعطيكم العافية هديل وعمر. موضوع
Thank you, Hadil
شيق.
and Omar. A very interesting topic. We would move now to our colleagues Gemze Erdem
وثاليا كروغر.
and Talia Kruger.
جمزة إردم هي عضو الهيئة الأكاديمية
Gamza
في
is
مجموعة أبحاث القانون والتنمية في
member
جامعة
of the academic commission at Antwerp the university. She works in the overlap of international law and international human rights law and sustainable development. She does the research on commitments and obligations, cross national obligations and interactions between the private and public sectors in international law, such as partnerships among the the stakeholders and the innovative funding. And Talia Kruger, who is a member of the academic committee on international law, international and development research at Antwerp University. Her main interest is legal cross-border legal issues and the role played by the international law to strengthen the protection of human rights of in marginalized positions or subjecting them to risk. Gamza and Talia will be demonstrating, will be presenting what the responsibilities of the Belgian universities in terms of collaboration with Israeli universities. Please.
Please start, Gamza and Thalia.
Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting us and including us in this very important conference. First of all, the paper that we are presenting today is based on a legal brief that we wrote this summer with our colleague, Professor Koen de Veter, Professor of International Law at the University of Antwerp. We co-authored this brief in the wake of the ICJ advisory opinion of 19th of July 2024 on the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. Unfortunately, Koen passed away very suddenly 2.5 weeks after we finished the legal brief on 20th of September. Koen was the leading force behind the institutional collaboration between the Muwatin Institute at Birzeit University and the Law and Development Research Group at the University of Antwerp, to which Talia and I belong. We all remember him as an exceptional human being and scholar, and his absence leaves a lasting void in all of our communities. Today, we are trying to do justice to his scholarship and present his parts also of our common work as accurately and as respectfully as possible. In our presentation today, I will first address the preemptory norms of international law that Israel is found to be violating. We will then turn to the responsibilities of other states with respect to these preemptory norms. Then we'll look at the place and the responsibilities of universities and address that. And in the next part, my colleague, Talia Kruger, will address how universities can go about their existing research agreements. So I'll start by pointing out that the so-called preemptory norms of international law, or jus cogens in Latin, are recognized as by the international community as norms from which there is no derogation possible. These are so fundamental that they bind all states. In fact, I would say all actors of society, without even contractual or treaty obligations, and without objections or without exceptions. These norms include the prohibition of genocide, the prohibition of crimes against humanity, the prohibition of racial discrimination and apartheid, as well as the right to self-determination and the respect for the basic rules of international humanitarian law. The preemptory norms of international law, they give rise to obligations that are owed to the entire international community, so-called erga omnes obligations. There can be no exceptions, so neither consent, arguments of self-defense, countermeasures in respect of an internationally wrongful act, force majeure, distress, or necessity can be invoked to breach these norms. Against this background, I would like to briefly outline the relevant preemptory norms of international law that are invoked in respect of the unlawful prolonged occupation of Palestinian territories and the ongoing war in Gaza. I will not go into the details of the international processes as these were already expertly detailed by Professor Ganti and Ziberi yesterday evening in the context of this conference. But some of these bear, I think, repeating So the International Court of Justice found on the 26th of January of this year that Palestinians in Gaza were a significant part of the protected group of Palestinians whose intentional destruction would have an impact on the group as a whole. Therefore, the right of Palestinians in Gaza to be protected from acts of genocide and related prohibited acts falling under the Genocide Convention was plausible. And due to the urgency and in order to prevent irreparable prejudice, the court ordered provisional measures, that Israel had to take all possible measures to prevent genocide, to enable the provision of basic services and humanitarian aid. And these provisional measures over time at South Africa's request became more stringent. The ICJ ordered then Israel to ensure immediate access to food supplies and to halt its military offensive in Rafah, as well as any other action which may result in the physical destruction in part or in whole of Palestinians in Gaza. These court orders really do indicate that there is an exacerbating risk of genocide against the Palestinian population of Gaza, and this is what the ICJ opined. These, of course, obligations are of erga omnes character. They bind all members of the international community. This also means that the compliance with provisional measures and the obligations under the Genocide Convention are not only a matter of concern for the respondent state Israel in this case, but also for all parties to the Genocide Convention and all parties to the international community. And given that the ICJ has ordered progressively more stringent and more comprehensive provisional measures, citing urgency and imminent risk of irreparable harm, the measures taken by third states to induce compliance with the Genocide Convention and with the provisional measures of the ICJ can become lawfully more stringent and comprehensive over time. And in a separate legal procedure, the one that I outlined, the advisory opinion, the ICJ found that Israel's legislation and measures impose and serve to maintain a near complete separation in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem between the settler and the Palestinian communities, which amounts to a violation of the rule of the prohibition of racial segregation and apartheid. The ICJ, in the same advisory opinion, found also that Israel was violating the integrity of the occupied Palestinian territory, which is an essential element of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination. It moreover found that Israeli policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territories were contrary to preemptory norms of international humanitarian law. And we also know that in the international criminal law domain, the prosecutor of the international
Gamza, sorry to interrupt you, but you need to slow down a little bit for the interpreter to be able to translate, please. Yes, thank you.
In the international criminal law domain, we know that the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has applied for arrest warrants against, at the time, the Hamas leadership and the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister of Israel based on allegations of criminal responsibility for war crimes and crimes against humanity. This procedure is ongoing, but has not been concluded. And all of these findings, they actually create obligations on third states to not recognize Israel's illegal presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, to also cooperate within the United Nations to end the illegal occupation, and to assist in the attainment of Palestinian people's right to self-determination. All states also have an obligation to abstain from relations or dealings with the State of Israel to recognize that illegal presence. They may not aid in recognizing that illegal presence in any manner. They must refrain from supporting materially, militarily, logistically, economically, any action that would be assisting in the commission of such violation. So we see that this is a very specific situation of a large number of peremptory norms of international law that have been violated and are being violated in a prolonged manner, creating serious breaches. And it does distinguish this case from many other cases where human rights violations occur, where they are not as widespread, they are not as severe, and they are not as prolonged. And now, as a part of that obligation, of course, we dealt with the question of universities, because there are some consequences also for universities. Universities all around the world are organs of society, endowed with the responsibility to teach and to educate, and they must avoid aiding or assisting in the commission of breaches, violations of peremptory norms of international law created by Israel's illegal presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, and they have to address such aid and assistance where it occurs. The university where we are from, the University of Antwerp, is a public university. And there is also a strong argument that public universities are or may be considered organs of state under international law, insofar as the state may be held responsible for their conduct, but they are also bound by the obligations that are incumbent upon the state. This does not mean that universities do not have academic independence or that individual academics do not have academic freedom. They do, of course, but it is about an institution following international law and abiding by its most fundamental norms. And in that line, we know and have seen that Israeli universities as institutions are embedded within the exclusivist nature of the Israeli regime. And they have not also played any fundamental role in opposing the occupation. In fact, they have been also instrumental in maintaining and in some instances also expanding the occupation. Until such a time as all these violations are brought to an end, universities have a duty to act with a strict due diligence framework, departing from a precautionary principle in assessing the risk of complicity in such grave violations of peremptory norms, as well as other breaches and violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. And for that reason, we say that there's also an obligation to not aid or assist, and that means until such a time as these violations are brought to an end, that collaborations should not take place, and those existing collaborations should cease for this time being. And regarding private universities, which is not, of course, a topic that we addressed in our brief, we also argue that they are bound by the respect for human rights as well as peremptory norms of international law, including the basic norms of humanitarian law. There is a growing recognition that private entities, such as businesses, but also private universities, can be also seen in that lens, are bound to respect human rights as outlined, for instance, in the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which are also referred to as the Ruggie Principles. These duties are only heightened with respect to peremptory norms of international law, which create obligations for all members of the international community, which would include universities. I will now turn over to my colleague Tali Kruger to expand more on this and the practicalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gamze, and thank you also. Sorry, I have an echo. Thank you also for having us on this hybrid format. Sorry. We tried, as Maha and Tommaso said yesterday evening, we really tried to get there, but we were prohibited by the authorities. So thank you for having us in this way. To continue with where Gamze left off, what should universities do and what can they do? So first of all, cooperation between European and Israeli universities can take many forms, but basically two structures. First, sort of general cooperation agreements, and second, research consortia. The first type concerns looser kind of cooperation, such as a memorandum of understanding. They express intentions to cooperate. They can be concluded at university level or at faculty level, and they mainly seek to encourage staff or student exchange. And to facilitate that kind of exchange. Sometimes they have funding from the EU, but not always. Sometimes there's no funding on those. And they have a limited commitment. They can usually be terminated upon notice. Sometimes reasons are required, and then I think Gamze has outlined enough reasons. Sometimes reasons are not even necessary for terminating these informal kind of arrangements. Many of them are at this stage, in any case, not executable due to the current context of negative advice of embassies to travel to Israeli universities, as well as Israeli students not being able to come to Europe because being reservists of the Israeli Defense Force. So this is a good time to terminate them. The second type, and this is where we placed more of our attention, are research cooperation. So Israel benefits from participating in the so-called research and innovation framework programs of the European Union. This allows Israeli institutions, universities and others, but even ministries, sometimes businesses, to be partners in research consortia that are funded by the European Union. The basis for the involvement of Israeli partners in these agreements is the association agreement between the EU member states, and Israel, dating from 1995. The association agreement is broad, and it covers various aspects in trade in goods, services, as well as technology and research. So once there's a consortium set up between different universities, and they get funding, there will be two agreements. The one is the agreement between the EU funder and all the partner universities. The second is an agreement between the partner universities. That's called the consortium agreement. So both these agreements have model forms. The general model grant agreement, that's the agreement between the EU and all the partners, provides that the project partners must commit to and ensure the respect of basic EU values, such as, and these are quoted, respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and human rights, including rights of minorities. We heard a lot yesterday about hypocrisy and contradictions. In any case, aiding and assisting the violation of human rights is clearly a breach of these agreements. These agreements also explicitly state that they are subject to international law, and they're also subject to Belgian law. Belgian law is chosen because that's the place where the EU institutions are seated. And international law is considered part of Belgian law. Belgium is a monist system. There's no doubt that international law is part of that. So here as well, we are working with the master's tools, as Professor Vasanti explained also yesterday in our discussion. And the problem that we've seen with international law are also very much present, even more present, when we turn to private law, which is built on capitalist reactive approaches, as demonstrated by scholars like Katharina Pistor. Now, these agreements also contain an Annex 5, this model grant agreement, which states that no funding can be granted within or outside the EU for activities that are prohibited in all member states. No funding can be granted in an EU member state for an activity which is forbidden in that member state. This annex is considered of high importance in the interpretation of the grant agreement, as it takes precedence over the terms and conditions of the contract, the agreement itself. So in case of breaches, the funder may reduce or suspend the grant or may terminate the grant in whole or in respect of one of the beneficiaries. If we turn now to a consortium agreement, the DESTA model, which is the model that is most used, there we don't find the same list of obligations as those in Annex 5, but this model consortium agreement states that each party undertakes to perform and fulfill all of its obligations under the grant agreement. So that means that all of these rights and duties, respect for human rights, international law, is drawn in also to the consortium agreement, so the cooperation agreement between the partners. The model grant agreement allows parties to terminate the contract, to terminate the participation of a beneficiary. The consortium agreement then sets out the procedure for decision-making and how a partner could be removed from the consortium. So what should happen is the coordinator, as the intermediary, has to discuss these issues on the General Assembly, and then the coordinator can request for a suspension or amendment to the funder, or the coordinator may request the termination of the grant agreement or the participation of one of the beneficiaries. In that last case, if it's the termination of the participation of a beneficiary, they have to give reasons, and they also have to include the opinion of the beneficiary concerned. So then the grant agreement can be amended and the tasks among the partners can be redistributed. Problem here is that they have to give reasons, and we've seen letters by the current EU Commissioner responsible for research, Iliana Ivanova, who wrote to Spanish and to Belgian universities that they will only accept termination if there are valid reasons, which keeps them in control of kicking out one of the beneficiaries. They say that these will be assessed on a case-by-case basis. This commissioner is in office until December of this year. The new commissioner will be vetted next week. So to conclude, and I conclude on behalf of Gamze and myself concerning the recommendations that we inserted in our legal brief, universities must, first of all, ensure full compliance with the obligations that states have under international law, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law, as well as their obligations under domestic law. This includes erga omnes obligations. They must therefore not recognize as legal the situation arising from the unlawful presence of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory. They may not render aid or assistance in maintaining the situation created by Israel's illegal presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. Second, they must end all collaborations with academic and other institutions directly or indirectly impacted in the violations of international law, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law in Gaza and in the occupied Palestinian territory more generally. Third, they must put on the agenda and discuss with the other partners the research collaborations and the legal consequences of cooperating with Israeli universities. Examine the correct legal ways to terminate the participation and communicate these issues to the funder of the research project. Fourth, they must depart from a precautionary principle and not initiate any new collaborations with Israeli academic and other institutions until such time as the violations of international law by Israel are brought to an end. Fifth, by way of a single exception, they must set up a credible form of carefully negotiated inter-university cooperation that aims specifically at bringing to an end serious breaches by Israel of obligations arising under peremptory norms of international law, as recently established by the International Court of Justice. Thank you.
testing these universities if they have some violation to the international law? Because it's not clear to me when we talk about this. It is inspection or something yani, that to investigate if they engage in this violence. Thank you. My name is Sahar Jallad. I am an instructor within Birzeit University in the Faculty of Business and Economics. Thank you.
Should we directly answer or take all the questions together as a point of housekeeping?
No, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Maybe I will, thank you so much for that question. And of course, it is a question that is often asked. So I might maybe let my colleague speak about operationally what has been happening within our universities in terms of looking at different collaborations. But I can speak to the broader legal point that we were making in the legal brief, and that is that these violations of peremptory norms of international law are so pervasive, so prolonged, and so serious, and that Israeli academic institutions on wholesale have not been consistently calling for the end of an occupation. There might be, of course, individual academics, and this is not a legal brief on individual collaborations between academics. It really is a legal brief analysis at the institutional level. As institutions, Israeli academic institutions have really been embedded also within the Israeli regime and have not been persistently objecting to or trying to bring an end to these violations, these prolonged violations. So the argument is really a legal argument from the perspective of due diligence, that at this point in time, given the ICJ's advisory opinion and the outlined prolonged serious violations of peremptory norms of international law, there is every, I think, legal reason to believe that the risk of complicity of aid and assistance to these violations is so high that at this point in time, it is too risky from a legal perspective of not being complicit to violations to continue collaborating. And of course, there's sometimes operationally a case-by-case analysis undertaken at our universities. But our broader point is that the Israeli academic institutions, as institutions themselves, are embedded in this broader regime that has upheld violations for a long time of, firstly, of course, the unlawful occupation that has continued for decades now, but also that the prolongation of it, the maintenance of it, the expansion of it, as well as the frustration of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination as a result of those violations. And in addition, maybe I'd like to also make the point that we do have that single exception that we see if there is a collaboration that will in fact have as its main purpose the end of the illegality of the occupation and the end to the violations of peremptory norms of international law, that collaboration would be the single exception we see as legally, I think, appropriate or justifiable under these circumstances. And then maybe I'll hand over to my colleague, Talia, who may outline some of the more operational goings about in our universities.
Thank you. Yeah, so first of all, complicity of the Israeli universities has really been very much documented, for instance, by Maya Wind. There are also different websites, complicity maps that show what Israeli universities have been doing. For instance, working with the military, training military, making uniforms for the military, boasting on their website of how many scholarships they actually give to reservist soldiers that then have to go, that are enrolled students, but then go and join the Israeli Defense Force. So the next step then is our universities being complicit in those. And I think there are two levels of that. The first is the very clear sort of dual use level, and that is the development of artificial intelligence, military capacity intelligence, where research consortia help to develop technology that are directly used by the Israeli Defense Force. It's very clear that the research is unethical and illegal. The second level is giving credence to these Israeli institutions, of which we know support the regime that is committing war crimes, violations of international law, and violations of international human rights law. And there, as a university, well, we think that universities should not be giving that credence by cooperating with these institutions that are so much embedded into the system. What we have been doing in Antwerp, well, in many Belgian universities, is, yeah. So on the Flemish level, there was a recommendation that each Flemish university should have, so Flemish, that would be the northern Belgian universities, there are only about 6 of them, but they all have to have human rights commissions. And the idea is that when there is a potential conflict with human rights, a research or cooperation agreement has to be submitted to this commission. Well, these commissions were only set up kind of between 2020 and 2023. The one at the University of Ghent was already operational for longer, but the one in Antwerp, the first big file it had were the Palestinian Israeli files, right? So the question of cooperation with Israeli universities in the context of the oppression of Palestinians. So it's been a really rocky road because the commissions were not set up only with human rights experts, but they were set up as university institutions with representation from each faculty. Now, as you can imagine, each faculty has their own interests. There were and still are many procedural issues, but what has happened is that at some universities, there have been an embargo on all future collaborations with Israeli institutions. The problem is the current research projects. The University of Ghent is in the process of stopping one of those, if I am not mistaken. At the University of Antwerp, that committee has advised stopping some of the collaborations, but that has then been appealed and allowed to continue. So the collaborations now have the difficulty of the universities worrying about their contractual duties, the funding. And the Flemish rectors also wrote to the European Commission, as I've explained, but the European Commission answered that they can request for terminations, and the termination requests will be considered whether they have valid reasons. So there is not any sort of uniform approach to them. That's more or less where we stand at the moment.
Sorry, but can you sum up in 1 minute? So we are running on time. Oh,
I was done.
oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm finished.
Oh, okay, thank you. في كمان أسئلة؟
Any other questions? Thank you all. That's a question that I had since yesterday in this context. It is, but it could be asked to all. It's about the Knesset's decision about the embargo of the or the halting of UNRWA's activities. And I would like to address Dr. Jacquemin. It's as a mediator, what would its role be for this decision, and what are the political impacts that could be?
السؤال هو عن الأبعاد السياسية لهي القرار.
Well, about political impact for such a decision, right?
لا ما هو في افتراض إنه هي
Because she's assuming is a mediator, and if it's a mediator, it's a clean mediator. Well, we can read the position of the US in the declarations that were issued by the and announced by the White House. It said they were very concerned. But the question is, what about after this concern? Or will they just stop there being concerned? So if you ask me, I think they won't do anything. I'm not against that Israel tries in different ways to end the issue of Palestinians as refugees. They might not do it, but they don't have an interest to intervene, except if they were like pressured. Where this pressure would come from. The PA's pressure is not enough. As for Arab countries, I doubt. Except maybe for countries that have big numbers of refugees and they play a role like in Syria or Jordan, they might. This is it. But they have their papers are weak, their cards are weak. Jordan, maybe. So I believe the US position is weak in this regard. And this is what will happen, regretfully. And we've seen the positions of the US in UNRWA. So since the beginning of this genocide, many times we were talking about their concerns, but there was no real action. So they did have an interest in regarding them civilian martyrs, because there were demonstrations erupting in different universities. There's an election base, although it was not a big one, but this is what was happening. So they do have an interest. But they didn't do anything regarding it. They just showed their concern, and that's it. So it's clear that Israel can do whatever it wants, and to a certain limit, unless there was a big interest, a distinguished interest for the US, specifically when it comes to that a big war might erupt in the region. Other than that, all is well. They won't follow up. But so Israel, it paid its due accordingly. Very regretfully, nothing will happen from the US regarding this role. Okay, let's take a question from online. Salim Tamari.
Please go ahead. سليم على الأونلاين Salim, please unmute. Okay, we move to Charles Shamas. Please unmute.
Hello. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the presentations, I've found it fascinating. Do you hear me first?
Yes.
Good. I found it fascinating how the thinking has evolved in terms of the need to abstain from dealings with Israeli universities or other Israeli entities that provide no adequate guarantees, that without citing what they're doing wrong necessarily, but the need is to provide adequate guarantees of that they will not themselves and ensure that they will not allow their activities that are benefiting from cooperation to contribute to Jus Kogan's violations. This prudential approach, I think, is baked into European Union law as well as public international law. And the duties of non-recognition and non-aiding and assisting, as they've undergone and as they are undergoing development, are very, very promising. So I'd like perhaps more the panelists to consider this a bit, the promise of this.
Thank you.
I think we really do appreciate that comment, and in fact our legal reasoning is in line with that, in the sense that the pervasiveness and the prolonged nature of these violations necessitate an approach that is precautionary, that in fact is is predicated on the fact that there will be no involvement of a certain, or any of the funding that is made available, or any of the collaboration to sustain the illegality that has been outlined by the International Court of Justice. So that does in fact go beyond, as you mentioned, specific one-off considerations, but really is a systemic level, at the systemic level, these violations. So therefore, the precautionary approach that we call for is predicated on exactly what you say, but I think you said it really eloquently, and I think there's still, of course, work to be done. We wrote this as a very short legal brief, not as an academic piece at the time, as a document that would guide policy within our own institution. But we really thank you for these comments, and I think there's a lot more work to be done from a scholarly perspective as well as from a policy perspective on that specific aspect of what we're arguing for.
Thank you. دكتور جورج، في سؤال من سليم تماري بيقول لم أفهم من هو الذي نعاهد.
From Salim Tamari, I didn't understand to Dr. Georgia Kaman. I didn't understand who did you say regretfully? You said like this is bad news. It's the absence, the specialized absence in Palestinian universities. This is an internal and external U.S. policies. So no specialized people, just to enlighten us in this topic. So this is regretful news, and I say this, that this is bad news. It's as if it is it's an embedded apology from me. I wrote in this topic, but I'm not an expert. I've been following it. I don't have enough expertise. I have a good interest, but I do believe that the absence of there is no one specialized person in the U.S. internal and external affairs in Palestinian universities, not one specialized person in the internal and external for U.S. and EU countries. I don't know of anybody who is really specialized, and I think this is a scandal by itself. What I mean, if it was a student, maybe the PhD should be on this, and if not a student, maybe write a book or follow up some studies. We need specialized people for it to be published. Now, what should be done if someone is writing a PhD doctorate, maybe they need to check whatever is needed, all the requirements, then run interviews within the US with certain people who have worked in the ministry, in the foreign ministry or State Department, and then check who was there and who was appointed in sensitive occupation functions, operations, what are their backgrounds, any announced positions. And there are many who are ready to speak out. They are ready to speak up, and based on their experience. Also, that person needs to listen to the opponent's perspective or the opposing perspective. For instance, the selling of weapons or to Israel, then he needs to get, or she, of course, needs to get numbers, figures. As for the weapons issue, sometimes things might be said without. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you conclude in less than a minute, please? In 2023. In 2023, Israel has purchased a weapon from the US, $3.8 billion. The same year, Israel has sold $81 billion to South Korea, which is more than it has sold to Israel. So this is news. These are specific figures that we need to be aware of.
Please ask your question.
Yes, thank you very much to the colleagues for the excellent presentations. Just a quick comment, actually, in terms of the issue of the boycott that was in an excellent manner explained by Gamze and Talia. It's a delayed response, if you want, from European universities, world universities. It is not being followed up as it should. But there are three components to this that are interrelated. First is an institutional boycott on Israeli universities, higher education and research institutions. The second one is the support for Palestinian universities, especially those in Gaza that have been completely obliterated. And the third aspect is universities as economic actors, right? And each of these has its own specificities, because the first one is related to the right to education and prohibition of discrimination. And it is quite clear also from the fact that many colleagues have tried to be there in person, but were not able to. It shows in a way the structural discrimination that is pursued and is enabled by the Israeli state authorities. And within that context, it is impossible, I think, to and unfair and discriminatory to have an institutional cooperation. And we need to increase the support for Palestinian universities and academics and students. Then as to universities as economic actors, obviously the divestment aspect there is very important. And this is also related, as Gamze and Talia mentioned earlier on, to the more recent pronouncements of the International Court of Justice, and elaborated then from the Commission of Inquiry and the General Assembly resolution. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comment. ننتقل في حدا هون رفع ايده. ممكن باقتضاب
quick, please. Thank you very much for the presentations. regarding universities issue, actually, I would like to thank for all the students' demonstrations, European universities, US universities who have stopped in the face of the Israeli aggression on Gaza and demonstrated against it, especially in what happened in Columbia University. It had uncovered that there were investments, a big number of investments for universities. Some of them were with the Ministry of Defense of Israel. And I think maybe there are other investments in other investment projects in settlements. Accordingly, universities in this way will have met with the European capital, the US capital, in supporting settlements in order to combat this phenomenon. And that's just a suggestion, just to reveal and uncover the budgets of each university and check how the details, the disaggregation of the spent budget. We're talking about the purchases of and numbers of purchases of weapons, but we need not to only think of this. We need to think of the big investments that are taking place. It's not only required that we search on how much do they buy. There are investments in terms in the weaponizing sphere that this needs to be also invested. Thank you very much. Yes, I do agree with you. It's true, but my point, we need to take information. As you said, we need to get this information and find other information. As I mentioned, there's no study conducted on this level, but of course, I don't deny this, but we need to check and balance things with the interests of others. The investments in the US of the US in Saudi, like in Aramco, might be more than that done with Israel. That's an example. And it's a long history. It's been there for 50 years. So we need to look at the holistic picture. So we need to look at the thing from a wide perspective. Thank you, Dr. George. Any more questions? Then we will move. We will now have a coffee break, 10-minute coffee break, and then lunch will be after the fifth session. Thank you very much.
فكرت في غدا مرتين. كيف حواليك؟
مرحبا. بدنا نبدأ بالجلسة الخامسة.
Hello again. We would start with our fifth session. I wonder if our guests are there. The virtual session.
السلام عليكم السادة تسمعينني؟
نعم. أوكي.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
نسمعك.
تسمعيني؟ أوكي تمام. So we are on time.
يضوي الكاميرات. إذا ممكن تضوي الكاميرات. الصورة بليز.
أنا ليس لي كاميرا لأنه في جنوب تونس الصوت سيكون كافيا. الإنترنت هنا للأسف ضعيف، لكن هل الصوت مسموع؟
أوكي. طيب دكتور جلبير موجود؟
Dr. Gilbert, are you there?
موجود نعم.
أوكي. أهلا وسهلا. إحنا بنبلش الجلسة
Hello everyone. We would
الخامسة
start the fifth session now of this conference about the regional failure. We have two speakers online. We have Dr. Gilbert Al-Ashqar would be addressing the poverty of Arab strategic thinking in confronting the Zionist state. As you all know, Dr. Gilbert is a professor in development and international relations at the London University. He has a number of writings. One recent one is the Cold War that was published in 2024. The Arab also an in-depth research in the Arab uprising. Doctor, you have 20 minutes, please.
نعم أهلا، نهاركم سعيد.
Hello everyone.
ما بعرف إذا الصورة بس يبدو الحضور قليل جدا. هو ما بعرف إذا كانت المؤتمر كله هيك ولا طبيعة
There
الجلسة
isn't enough audience there.
ألو.
المؤتمر فيه حضور بأشكال
Yes,
مختلفة على
there
الأوقات
is some
مختلفة.
audience, but they vary.
طيب على كل حال يعني هي راح أقدم بس رؤوس أقلام يعني
I will be
في
sharing some points.
في
في الموضوع يلي هو
on this topic,
عنوانته بؤس
which
التفكير
is the
الاستراتيجي
poor
العربي
strategic Arab thinking in confronting the Zionist state.
يعني رؤوس أقلام لأنه موضوع
Some
طبعا واسع
bullet
جدا
points. It's
ولا
such
يمكن
a
أن
broad
تنتهي
topic. I can't complete it within only
المندي
20 minutes.
يعني مرضية لكن
I'll try
فقط
to be satisfying as possible. It's just food for thought.
لنعتبرها
So let's just
كذلك
consider it, consider the presentation as the food for thought.
يعني نعم يعني لو نظرنا
If we look
يعني بنظرة تاريخية
from a historical viewpoint,
ضد الصهيونية
the struggle against Zionism,
يعني دروس
we can conclude some important lessons from this history.
يعني أي حركة أي نضال أي حركة
any
تحرر
struggle or any liberation movement that doesn't take into account lessons from history, they would not advance.
فلننظر يعني قليلا
So let's
بهذا
look
التاريخ يعني
in this
بصورة
respect into this history
طبعا
in a summary, of course. If we start with the struggle against the Zionist movement, against the Zionist settler movement in Palestine,
نجد أن
we would find that
السنوات الأساسية
the
كان
main years
وجه أمين الحسيني
was
ودور
we
أمين
had the face and the role of Amin Husseini, whose role was really a disastrous one
بالنسبة لنضال الشعب
in terms
الفلسطيني
of the Palestinian popular struggle.
طوال سنوات عديدة
For
كان
long years,
التركيز على مهادنة البريطانيين
there was
ومحاولة
a focus on trying to reconcile with the British and try to have them against the Zionist movement. Of course,
يعني قصير النظر
this was a short-sighted calculation
وكان
and a losing one. It was a loss.
طبعا يعني في مواجهة الاستعمار
In
البريطاني
confronting the British colonialization and the Zionist colonialization,
الكفاح المسلح
the notion of armed struggle was more wise, more reasonable, as opposed to relying on the British.
والكفاح الشعبي
And the popular struggle as well.
اللي حصل انه
So
ظهور
what
الكفاح
happened is
المسلح
the appearance of
عن طريق
of the armed struggle through the Azz al-Din al-Qassam attempt
كفاح مسلح يعني ضد
to
اليهود
launch an armed struggle against the Jews and the Brits in
لكن
Palestine,
بأيديولوجيا
but with a Salafist jihadi ideology that would lead to unifying the Jewish
وشق المجتمع العربي
community while dividing or splitting the Arab community. So, in other words, uniting the enemy, the camp, as
ينتمي إليه النضال
and splitting or dividing the struggle unity. And this strategy was, of course, a failure, especially that it was not built on the popular struggle to make some achievements. However, the explosion of the Intifada or the uprising in the first Intifada in 1936
بشرت
was
بالأمل يعني
promising
لكن
at the beginning, but there it was transformed in an inappropriate manner by Islamizing it through Amin al-Husseini,
فعلا دوره بصورة كاملة
whose role
على رأس الحركة
was on top of the Palestinian movement was catastrophic, and then relying on the Arab regimes, such as the Saudi Arabia at the time, and its mediation to the British. And when all that failed, he relied on the Nazist Germany and the fascist Italy, who both led to catastrophic results in terms of the Palestinian struggle. So we see these features of this dilemma of the struggle against Zionism in a surrounding that would necessitate or would require a realization of the resistance struggle and the role of the surrounding regimes, the role of the international community, or the nature of the states at the international community, and trying to understand well how who can actually be relied on in the struggle against the Zionist movement.
يعني هذا
Anyhow,
فيما قبل ال 48
this
لو
was
ننظر
before to the 1948. If we look at what happened post 1948 and after the failure of the Arab armies in confronting the Zionist movement, which was basically weaker in terms of military as opposed to the Zionist movement and its military capacities. But at a later stage, the military logic was more common, the strategic of the Arab surrounding, with the idea of the liberation of Palestine
حرب ثانية
through
بعد
another
حرب
war
48
following the 1948 war that would have different circumstances and would win again or achieve Arabs would achieve victory again. As we all know, this was also another deep failure back in 1967,
لا سيما من
especially
من خلال
through
الفرق النوعي بين
the
جيوش
quality
الأنظمة العربية
difference
كأنظمة
between the Arab
ديكتاتورية
armies as dictatorships,
وأنظمة فساد
dictatorship
بيروقراطية
regimes, corrupt
وبين
bureaucratic
الجيش
regime, and the Zionist army that has the features of a popular army, colonialization, colonizing, settling people, or but of course there is a recruitment of special and distinguished abilities of the Zionist state, which made them, which led to their military supremacy.
هزيمة ال 67 أدت
The
إلى
1967 defeat led to a huge change in the perception of
النظرة العربية العامة
the
ولا
Arab,
سيما
the public perception, mainly Egypt
جمال عبد الناصر
and Jamal Abdel Nasser,
واقترن ذلك
and this was accompanied
يعني انفضاح
by an exposure or
تعرف إلى
revealing or
حصول الدولة
recognizing
الصهيونية على
the fact that the Zionist state was able to access or to get nuclear weapons, which happened in the mid 60s, and thus the perception by Abdel Nasser was to eradicate the Zionist state was unable anymore, was no longer possible, and this is where he moved to an attempt to what has been called reducing the
مجلس الأمن وغيرها
the effects of the aggression through the UN Security Council resolutions calling for the Zionist armies to withdraw from the occupied territories in return for some Arab
وقف حالة الحرب يعني وطبعا لما يكون
some Arab compromise to stop the state of war and
تحقيق
trying to
الهدف
achieve the goal would
شيء من العقلانية
had
بالتأكيد
some kind of wisdom somehow.
في مواجهة ذلك هبت طبعا منظمة التحرير
in confronting this, the Palestinian Liberation Organization and the Palestinian armed factions adopted the Popular Liberation War, whether by resorting to the Algerian model or the Vietnamese leftist model. Such cases of struggle, of armed struggle or popular war in
خاصة
fact,
في الحالة الفيتنامية.
especially in the Vietnamese case.
فتطبيق أو إسقاط
So
بكلام أصح
the
إسقاط هذه
projection of
التجارب على الواقع
such
الفلسطيني
experiences or
لازم
dropping these
تحمل
experiences on the
وتكون
Palestinian
في صورة
reality that has
كاملة
different
عن
conditions, different
عن
context, and
سواء
that is fully different
الحالة الفيتنامية أو
from the
الجزائرية
Vietnamese or the
الموازين
Algerian.
وغيرها.
The balance of
التعداد
powers
السكاني
and
نفسه
the
أساسا
population
مختلفة
is
جذريا،
very different.
وطبيعة العدو
In
مختلفة،
addition to the nature of the
وقدراته
enemy
العسكرية
that is
طريقة
different and its
التسلح
military
والعسكري،
abilities, its way of
وكل هذه
armament,
الأمور
etc., all
تجعل تلك
things that
الاستراتيجية
would make
كانت
this
مفهوم عليها بالفشل
strategy a
ولم
failure.
تدم
It
يعني
did not last.
الإيمان بأن
The
حرب
faith
الشعب
or the
وحرب
belief
فلسطين
that the popular war
لم يستمر
would liberate
سوى سنوات
Palestine
قليلة
was only for a few years.
كان هناك محاولة لإعطاء
There
مثل هذه
had been
النظرة
some attempts to
عقلانية أكبر
give this perception or this
عبر
image,
عنها
some of
جورج
them
حبش بصورة خاصة
expressed
بفكرة
by George
الهنوية.
Habash
يعني
in his
بمعنى
own
أن في
idea
إدراك
about
أنه طيب نحن
or realization that
السنيين
us as
قدراتنا
Palestinians, our abilities
التغلب على
to
على الدولة
overcome
الصهيونية
the Zionist state
غير
was
موجودة،
un
لكن يجب أن
it
نكون
was
رأس
invalid, but we had to be
رأس
the
الحرب
spearhead.
يعني
We have to work as the
للنضال
spearhead
القومي أو
of a
العربي العام.
regional Arab
ومن
struggle.
هون فكرة الهنويات، يعني نحن
This is where the
يعني إذا كان
Hanoias or
الفيتناميين في جنوب فيتنام
Vietnamese in
قادرين على مواجهة
southern Vietnam were able
الاحتلال الأمريكي، فهذا جزء منه طبعا
to
كبير
face
يعود
the
إلى
American
وجود عمق في
occupation
هؤلاء
was because they
السيدين
have an
الليلة
in-depth that they would
متمثل
rely
في
on
شخصية
in
بهانوي.
represented by Hanoi in the
ففكرة
northern Vietnam.
الهنويات
So the idea of the Hanois and Arab Hanois, like transforming Amman, Damascus,
يعني
and Cairo into
أنظمة
Hanois or
يمكن
into regimes that
تساند النضال
could
حرب
support
الشعب. يعني طبعا يعني
the popular
هذه
struggle.
أكثر عقلانية
All
من فكرة
such
حرب
was more
الشعب
wisdom than the land of the people,
الفلسطينية المحضة. يمكن
the
أكيد
pure
أطرقنا
Palestinian land
عند قيادة منظمة
under
التحرير
the
الفلسطينية
PLO leadership
التي ربطت حرب الشعب
that linked
بمبدأ
or
عدم
the
التدخل في الشؤون
popular,
العربية.
the
يعني
people's war with the
نرى
principle
تناقض
of not
كبير
intervening in
بين
the
الفكرتين.
Arab war. So we see a big
لكن
contradiction here.
في الحقيقة حتى
In
يعني دعوة
fact, however, even
جورج حبش
invite
إلى
the
الهنويات
invitation by George Habash for the Hanois was not
يندرج في هذا المنطق من
attributed or
النضال من أجل
was not attributed to this kind of struggle to change the Arab regimes in the countries or the states, with the exception of Jordan. Within a short time of the armed struggle, there was an intensified presence of the armed struggle in Jordan.
كانت العلاقة بالأنظمة
The
الدكتاتورية
relationship with the regimes
في
was
العراق وسوريا
dictatorships in Iraq, Syria, Libya.
هذه
And
لن
of
تكون
course,
هنويات
those were not did not serve as Hanois in any way, but they were regimes based on oppressing their own people. So this contradiction could not be reliable when you speak about a struggle or a liberation war.
يعني بعد العام 71
After 1971, the PLO shifted from the popular war and the struggle or liberation struggle to the independent Palestinian state, which eventually became a strategic option
يكن فيه التفكير الكافي
whereby there was not enough thinking from a historical perspective to judge this. This was actually to remove or the control of the West Bank and maybe to spare Jordan and Egypt from the West Bank, from the control over the West Bank, even though the PLO was able to get the 1967 occupied territories through diplomatic pressure or through the Arab states or the pressure regimes and their mediation. to the Americans. So this was a very bad strategy. This was a very fruitless strategy, and it was saved or rescued in the Intifada, or the first uprising, the second uprising of 1980, which opened space or opened the door for to weaken the Zionist state. It created a real crisis inside, or a deep crisis inside the Zionist state. Also led to huge international compassion or support and solidarity in the 1988 Intifada or uprising, that especially that it was an unarmed Intifada or uprising. It was a peaceful uprising. There was a smartness, strategic smartness by the leadership of the Intifada, that they should not fall in the trap of holding weapons or carrying weapons. What actually happened was that the PLO seized the leadership of the uprising and shifted the pressure, popular pressure and efforts into its own strategy, the independent, which was the independent state, by relying on the regimes in the Saudi Arabia and the USA. This is the origin or the root. This is how we came or arrived at the Oslo disaster in 1994, which is based on thwarting this dynamic that started with the uprising and employing it in a project that relies on the belief that there is an ability to convince the Zionist state to accept a small Palestinian state whereby it lives or coexists with according to its own requirements or conditions. Even this ideology appeared to be an illusion due to specifically the rapid or the accelerated settler activity in the West Bank, bearing in mind that the settlements is one of the topics, or the settlements is one of the topics that was that Yasser Arafat, the late Arafat, placed on the shelf after Oslo. This was a grave mistake. So this is how we saw this kind of the ways, the different ways of the different ways or the fluctuating situation. And if we go to the next Intifada or uprising of the year 2000, that also fell in the trap of using the arms and the arms or the weapons that was allowed by the occupation, allowing the weapons with the Palestinian Authority, or the using the weapons that made the Zionist state use more violence, in oppressing or suppressing that uprising. It was the failure of the strategy used by the PLO and the Palestinian Authority, the Oslo Authority, that is represented currently by Mahmoud Abbas. In return, appeared Hamas that that emerged during the Intifada, that came with a renewal of the armed struggle idea, or resorting back to the strategy based on violence. Of course, it's counter-violence, but
نحن علينا أن نفهم أن
We have
مشروعية
to understand that
النضال لا
the
تعني
legitimacy or the legality of struggle does not necessarily reflect its wisdom or
مسلح أو
a form of armed struggle,
يعني أي طرق عنف
or any
قد
violent
تكون مشروعة،
or any
لكن
violence could be legal, or
إطار
but there would be no
الوضعية
wisdom in terms of the
في المواجهة.
circumstances in or the confrontation circumstances.
فكان هناك نوع من التفكير
So
السحري
there was
طبعا
some
مرتبط
sort
أيضا
of
بالتفكير الديني
thinking
بقدرة
connected to
الانتصار
religious
العسكري،
thinking that they
وطبعا
can
نعود إلى نفس
achieve
مشكلة
military
المشكلة
victory. And if we go
الملازمة
back to
لأسلمة
the
النضال
Islamization of the
النضال
struggle
الوطني
as opposed to
التحرر
keeping it as a
الديمقراطي،
national emancipatory
فلا
democratic
يسمح
struggle,
ذلك لا
which does not
بمخاطبة المجتمع اليهودي
allow
الإسرائيلي
um,
ولا حتى بتوحيد صفوف الشعب
talking or
الفلسطيني.
confronting the
وهذه
Jewish
استراتيجية طبعا
people or
بلغت الوجهة
population, and
في
this
طوفان
strategy was
الأقصى
at its peak,
يعني فعلا
at its
كان
peak with the
تفكير
Tufan
قاصر
al-Aqsa, the
جدا وأدى
Al-Aqsa
إلى كارثة
flood
عظمى
that led to a more
بدرجات
catastrophic situation that is more dangerous than the 1948
طيب
Nakba or
للخلاصة
catastrophe.
يعني ما هي بسرعة
Conclusion,
وقتنا محدود
because we have such a limited
يعني
time.
ما هي معطيات استراتيجية
What
عقلانية في مواجهة
is the basis of
علينا أن
a
ننطلق
wise
من
strategy
الاستيطان
confronting
الصهيوني
the Zionism?
لفلسطين
We have
بخاصية
to
أيضا
start with
المعطيات السكانية
the
الديموغرافية
population,
التي
the
لا هي لا
demographic
في الجزائرية ولا في
features,
سوريا.
aspect, as it's neither
يجب
Vietnam nor
نفهم
Algeria.
أن
This should lead to
استراتيجية
the understanding that
العنف
the violence, the strategy of violence,
يعني استراتيجية المبنية على العنف
or the strategy that is based
محكومة
on
بالفشل،
violence, is controlled by
الفشل لا
failure.
عقلانية في
There's
مثل
no
هذه
wisdom or
التوجهات.
reason in
يعني
such
أن تختار
powers
النضال على
balance of powers
الأرضية
to
التي يتفوق
select
عليها
struggle on a
الأرضية
ground where the enemy is way
طبعا
victorious or way
أي
supreme than
فهم
us.
تكتيكي
Any other tactic understanding or
للكفاح المسلح
tactical
لا يمكن
understanding of
أن
the armed struggle
يندرج كمفهوم تكتيكي
could
في إطار
come
استراتيجية
under the framework of another strategy or a different strategy that is different from armed-based struggle or liberation. This is another issue. But it's clear that in confronting the Zionist state,
من شق المجتمع اليهودي
we have
من
that
أجل
mainly
تغيير موازين القوى.
the Jewish community, the isolation of the Zionist state, and also the isolation of the US. Any wise strategy needs to take all these aspects into consideration, dividing the Jewish community. So any strategy that leads otherwise, or that leads to uniting the Jewish community
تشدد صهيوني يميل
behind a very right-wing extremist Zionist would lead, of course, Zionism would lead to different results. Is the strategy of a one state called
البعض هل هي
by some, is it possible or appropriate, or this strategy, in order to be wise, this strategy should rely on winning the majority of Jewish Israelis, to convince them to coexist in one state. I see many of those who support one state take different positions or contradictory positions. Sometimes they don't want to address the Israeli Jewish or communicate with the Israeli Jewish community, with a big question mark on the ability to achieve or to realize such situation. It seems it's a maybe illusion, but
الأخذ بعين الاعتبار تعدد
take into
الساحات
account the plural or the plurality of the arenas and for the Palestinian struggle. There is a struggle to end the occupation on the 1967 territories. This cannot be feasible but with uniting with Jordan and Egypt. without
بالعودة إلى هذا
by returning
الالتئام
to this
بالمحيط
kind of
العربي، الأمر الذي يتطلب
unity in the Arab
المبادرات الشعبية ضد
region,
الأنظمة،
which
سواء
necessitates
في
struggles
مصر أو في
against the
الأردن.
regimes,
في
whether in
الاستراتيجية
Egypt or in
الفلسطينية
Jordan.
هي
There is no
التعاون مع
Palestinian
النظام
strategy
السيسي أو
to
مع
collaborate, for
مع
example, with the Sisi
النظام
regime or
الأردني.
with the
الاستراتيجية
Jordanian
التحررية
regime.
يجب أن
The
تكون
emancipatory
يعني قائمة
strategy
على
has
النضال
to be
الشعبي
always
في
based on the
هذه
popular struggle
البلدان
in
ضد
these
الأنظمة القائمة من أجل
states
تغيير
against the existing regimes in order to change them and to allow for more
بالنسبة لل
emancipatory
48
depth.
معروف
Regarding
يعني
1948, as
استراتيجية
you know, it's a
نعم
strategy.
انتهت
I'm
دولة
almost
كافة
done.
المواطنين
It's the state of
هي
all
التي
citizens,
نادت
the
بها
state
الحركة التحررية في
called
الداخل.
to by
وبالنسبة
the liberation
للشتات
movement
النضال في
behind the
سبيل
Green Line, and regarding the
المساواة
diaspora to
في
struggle
نزع
for
مساواة
equality
الحقوق
and mainly
وهذا
the
النضال
equal rights. This
تم
struggle
وضعه على
was
الرف بحجة
put
العودة،
on the shelf
لكن
under the pretext of the
يعني
return.
يؤدي إلى وجود
However,
أبارتهايد
it led
في
to
بلد
to
كلبنان
apartheid
البلد.
in
نحن
a
نتكلم عن
country like
الأبارتهايد
Lebanon.
في
We're
الدولة
talking about an
الصهيونية
apartheid in the
بالتأكيد،
Zionist,
لكن هناك
by the
أبارتهايد
Zionist
آخر في الحالة
state, but there's
العالمية
another apartheid
بصورة
in the
خاصة في
Lebanese
التمييز
context, in the
الذي يعاني
discrimination
منه
that
الفلسطينيون في
the
لبنان.
Palestinians suffer
وشكرا.
from in Lebanon. Thank you.
ننتقل للمحاضرة
Thank you. Next
الثانية
paper by Dr. العربي الصديقي,
أكاديمي مختص في العلوم
who's an
السياسية
academic specialized in political sciences, and he's a fellow colleague in the Japanese Japanese fellow at the Japanese Society for the Promotion of Science, and a fellow at the Toda Peace Institute. He's also the editor-in-chief of Protest magazine. Please, why didn't you bang the sides of the tank? Why didn't you say anything? This is the title of his lecture. Please.
تحية طيبة من
Thank
تونس.
you. Greetings from Tunisia.
تونس الإنترنت ربما ضعيف نوعا ما، لذلك ليست هناك صورة. إذا أسفنا الصورة
I'm sorry, the internet connection is very poor, and that's why I can't share the screen. And
أول شيء أحيي الشعب
first, I would like to
الفلسطيني
salute the Palestinian people in under the circumstances and this extremely dangerous situation. I think this initiative, these lectures, and of our colleague Gilbert, and was very important at this junction. We really need such scientifically based interventions in order to find to address the liberation in this particular juncture. An important comment under the battles, the ongoing battles that are being formulated.
أفكار نهائية أو تحاليل نهائية ممكن
some final analysis
تكون هي
could be
مستند إلى
should be based on
عميقة أو ثابتة أو
to
جامدة،
some
لأن الموضوع نفسه متحرك، وبالتالي هي فقط يعني محاولات.
there had been many attempts to I actually today I'm sorry I can't hear him well, is to remind you how the Palestinian cause is in a new struggle. This new struggle,
استلهمت الفكرة هذه طبعا
my
غسان كنفاني.
I got idea of Hassan Kanafani, a great one.
عنوان قيمي كبير جدا، لكنه أيضا
it holds a lot of values, an emotional one as well. I could have been able to get some ideas also from Mudaffar Nawab.
الآداب العامة لن أعود إلى مظفر.
I would not go back to Mudaffar Nawab. You all know what he said.
إذن الفكرة هذه هي فكرة.
So this idea,
لماذا العرب دائما
why Arabs are always in these struggles,
كأنه يفوتون
are
الفرص
missing the opportunities
للتكاتف التكاتف
for
الفكري
against unity, intellectual and political, geostrategic unity, or to put the Palestinian cause in its correct emancipatory path. And the following observations to me are critical and important. Which this current war shows there are still some aspects are still being formulated. That's why I cannot have final or ideas of analysis. Mainly the war on Gaza against the Palestinian people and in the West Bank, in Gaza and in the West Bank, is at a very critical juncture, because this juncture has revealed and exposed the regimes. I've been talking to people in Tunisia who of course put the blame on the Arab states and they're not playing their roles. And when I try to have a clear or deeper look into the connotations of such discussions and discussions with students, what do they mean by semi-Arab countries or states? Many of them say that the ability of the official Arab regime, the inability to provide security, the main concern was to provide security, or what the Moroccans call today security. The states are not being able to defend their spaces, their interests, their geostrategic interests. This is a very dangerous dimension, and we have seen the situation, the rockets from Iran going through the Jordanian and Iraqi spaces as if these spaces are not Arab. They're open to all options, and they say so. This idea, the Arab regime by itself, is there anything called Arab regime? Can Palestine count on what is called an Arab League or Arab, for example, regime? I think all remain silent. If this would only indicate that there is a failure of the balance or an imbalance in the geostrategic balances that already exist, and that this Arab regime has become clear that it's weak. It's not meeting the objectives or the goals that were announced or declared in the official speeches. Even the Islamists, and talking about an Arab regime, there always needs to be a synergy or maybe a overlap of interests. So it's such a big question. What are the foundations or the pillars of this Arab regime, and is there anything called Arab regime following the Gaza war? And this very dangerous
هي ملحوظة
juncture.
أيضا مستوحاة من حديثي مع
another observation from my talk with the Tunisians, who the majority of whom are students. What is a civilian in the Arab world? We have always lived with a very big gap between what is military and civilian. In the Gaza war, we had to separate between military and civilian as if it's the military and the civilian. And the destruction, I think I've read many statistics and figures by about the destruction, and 10 to 15 years, at least 10 to 15 years to do the reconstruction or to get rid or to remove the outcome or the destruction. So this civilian military in such wars, the ugliness of this war, of these wars,
بقوة أنه نسأل يعني هذا السؤال. إذا الضرر لا يأتي فقط
so the harm is not confined to people who are at the front lines, like such as Hamas and other Palestinian resistance factions who are clashing with the Israeli army on a daily basis. And under the Israeli or Western propaganda and the media,
اندساس المقاومين معناها ضمن المدنيين
preventing the resistance fighters and preventing them in order to bring more destruction, or
حتى قانونيا
so legally speaking
مدني وما هو عسكري
what is military or civilian needs to be reformulated or dismantled, especially that the civilian does not enjoy the protection. Like I said, this, for example, this is civilian or military. For example, this school or this hospital or this mosque or church is civilian or military. All these things that do not enjoy any kind of protection. So the protection is absent when it comes to the military and civilian. The Gaza war has made or has brought about all these questions under the or within the popular discourse that is there in Tunisia. Or some Tunisians I talked to think there is no difference between the civilian or the military in Israel because they have the culture of militarization. All the Israelis or all the Israeli population, they have the reservists. They're all trained, military trained, and so this is a state of, this is a military state, even though the discourse throughout decades has always been trying to make or to show Israel as the only democracy in the Middle East. So this democracy is now looked at or reviewed or viewed in the Levant, in Tunisia or Morocco, as a militarization which denies or removes the confidence in the democracy of the Israeli state. The regimes in the Middle East, especially after the Arab revolutions or spring, there was a shift. The America started to manage things or manage the strategy. I think the Arabs are paying the price for that now, for this American solitary management of the strategies. If you look at the Asian side or context, you would always see this kind of diversity in dealing with the other countries. For example, Russia, as the case in Russia, or other states like Malaysia or the Latin states, Ecuador, etc. you find diversity in dealing with Russia, with China, with India, but the Americans are working solely with the against Arab strategy. I think there is some sort of Americanization of the military regime in Tunis. There was a French military training and financial support. It used to be French, and now all of a sudden you see the Americans also intervening in also the Tunisian military system. I think this intervention or this would bring about many questions about this American infiltration or this solitary intervention, solitary American intervention, especially in the war against Gaza, is very clear. It's very clear that it's not bringing about any fruits. It's in the recently there have been many questions in Tunisia on about why isn't Jordan considered a member as a kind of a privilege? Why isn't it considered a member in NATO, for example? What has NATO? What's the NATO's role in Jordan?
هذا يدخل معنا في بوابة
This
تشخيص وتوصيف
takes us to the diagnosis and of the U.S. Solitary intervention. I've been talking to people in the University of Tunisia, including a lecturer in political history. Why is the Gaza war only for the intervention of the American, of the U.S. role? Why not China, Russia, or India, or any other party? Or
إذن الانفراد هذا أنا أعتقد يطرح أسئلة.
This, I believe, causes other questions.
الملحوظة الأخرى تخص تهاوي.
The other observation is about the deteriorating democracy or the collapsing democracy.
Excuse me. أنه الديمقراطية الأمريكية
The U.S. democracy in general I think he's muted.
لا رايح الصوت. احنا مش سامعينك دكتور. شكله راح.
النقطة الأخرى هي تخص
the other issue has to do with the Western democracy that is collapsing. To provide an example, it's become very embarrassing to speak about the geostrategic issues in the region through especially the democracy and human rights. Recently, only a couple of days ago, there was a European committee visiting Tunisia. Some of the Tunisian NGOs, acting NGOs, embarrassed this committee because they wanted to check to what extent the immigration program agreed upon with Tunisia complies with human rights and etc. Transparency. This organization that is very active in Tunisia embarrassed this committee by tackling the issue of Gaza and Lebanon. After Gaza, it was very difficult for the EU committees to come to the Arab state to speak about human rights. and democracy, etc. You cannot use this double standard policy. This is actually a tragedy. As the professor who spoke before me, I think this only serves the interests of Arab regimes, the official regimes. There's no democracy. There's no longer any democracy. In other words, spare up your words. And I think this is such a big disaster. And those who work in this topic in Tunisia, it's very difficult to take you seriously when you speak about democracy and human rights. After this war, people are no longer interested or believe. We have only 2 minutes. النموذج السابق
من الاتحاد الأوروبي أو من أمريكا
whether
سقطت بالكامل.
the EU or America, this raises the question, what is the next paradigm? We have the authoritarian state that will be expanding. Within there are simple indicators resulting from this evolution. For example, the Kuwaiti parliament, the Qatar parliament that has done elections. So the idea or the notion of democracy does not need the regimes are not embarrassing anymore. The people themselves are not interested in this anymore. They say there is no democracy nor human rights. There is only genocide in Gaza. I think
فكرة خاصة الولايات المتحدة
the notion
معناها نخبر الأكاديمية
the US and
الهيمنة الأمريكية
the American hegemony in the region would raise extremely critical questions that this system is collapsing in terms of norms. It has fallen. The question now, when you speak with the academics or unionists in Tunisia, what is the next paradigm, especially that the Arab regime has fallen or collapsed? There's a justice who asks too many questions on the Western system, democracy and human rights. But how do you ask the official Arab regime says that the popular resistance is not available anymore. You don't know what's the strategic depth. If Lebanon is being is under strikes, Syria is under strikes, Jordan doesn't open its crossing. So there are too many critical questions. What are the values in the Arab solidarity? The value of the Arab solidarity, when I speak with the generations who have high aspirations, that this resistance or that this would be the backbone of the liberation of Palestine. We are now at a catastrophic scene. Arabs are silent. They are not moving. I would quote here, things will flip around and the results will come to the Arabs. When Netanyahu was showing the maps or presenting the maps at the UN, which has parts of the land of Gaza, Jordan, Sinai, and Syria,
تذهب حتى أبعد
And
إذا لا
with
يستوعبون هذه اللحظة. إذا
so far they have not been able to understand or to realize what's taking place in Gaza. I think I would stop here. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we open the floor for questions and answers.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have a specific question, Mr. Gilbert, related to his definition of the mentality of resistance. I'm just an instructor in Birzeit. I'm a leftist, a very leftist, maybe the left of the leftists, what's left of the leftists. So if it's in the deep struggle style, so they need to be, when you said it needs to be like a mentalist, what do you mean by this? Was there history in this? Were there examples of this irrationality or rationality? What do you mean? What has succeeded? What did you see? Examples. And my name is Mahmoud. Okay.
سمعت السؤال بس ما شفت.
Yes, I heard the question, but I didn't know who asked the question.
حاول يخفي حاله. لا
دكتور عبد الكريم. It's Dr. Abdel Karim Barghouti who has asked the question.
صراحة السؤال الأستاذ كلبي.
Doctor, this question is for Dr. Gilbert, by the way, and I thought a lot about what he just presented regarding that part of the Israeli society, that there should be Israelis, or an important part of them should be supported for the rights of Palestinians in self-determination, or in establishing their 1967 borders state. And there was no one, but no one is accepting, with all the solidarity that we see in the world, agrees to the Palestinian case. No one voice, or maybe those voices have vanished, with call to stop the genocide. They're not there anymore, let alone establishing a state on the 1967 borders. Really? This can be? Is it possible in a peace process that there should be this transformation in the position of the Israeli position on the one hand, to be convinced that this is something good for them to have peace with Palestinians? Really? Is it possible? Can anybody believe that Israeli or an important part of the Israeli society might endorse this and able to impact the Israeli policies? Thank you.
نعم، اسم الكريم.
معلش تعرفوا حالكم لانه
ايه يا ريت يعني واحد ما عم نشوف صورة، على الأقل نعرف مين عم بيحكي يعني.
طيب أنا اسمي جورج جقمان، كان عندي صورة
جورج جقمان.
I was there. جورج يلي تكلم قبلك
عرف عن حاله، اسمه محمود.
محمود، طيب شكرا.
محمود زياد نقابي. صحيح. طيب سؤالي موجه للدكتور جيلبرت.
My question is to Dr. Gilbert.
يعني أشار دكتور جيلبرت لوجود
Dr. Gilbert has referred to a need from any from an Israeli party to come up with a strategy towards having a solution. Well, I do agree with you, but regarding the two states or the one state solution, it's true that Israel is the state there in place, and it can be criticized. But in the past, as you knew, there was an Israeli part, and that was the strategy of a two-state solution. That is still the formal position of the PLO, and many meetings took place in Geneva, in other places, and many agreements were signed. And even lately, there was this attempt for Nasser al-Qutwa and Olmert, but it was nothing was issued regarding it. So there are other factors, political actors factors that might have an influence. So I'm talking about the increase of the right wing in Israel. What do you think is the reason behind this? We can even ask more questions about why did the Camp David negotiations have failed, and Taba have failed in January 2nd, 2001, despite that it was said that there was a progress. But despite that, the PLO have dismissed the right of return in a convention, the Arab Convention in 2002 in Beirut. And they used the statement that it is an agreement to be agreed on, or I know that you're well aware that there are other factors. However, I would like to refer to this, that the settlement issue is not something new. It started with the Labour Party after the 1967 war. And settlements erupted long ago, and this is linked to the Zionist movement, and which and they said that this is for a minority of people, and to house them. Majid Speh, Al-Quds University, and in the same context of Dr. Abdel Karim, which is about the Israeli society. Yesterday, there was a very beautiful lecture by Mr. Isam Makhoul, director of Emil Tuma Institute. It's about the rise of the Zionist fascism. And this fascist Zionism, even its implications have led to that even in the opposition, it could not oppose its projects. And actually, I've attended some special issues regarding to the opposing the Zionism, and I did not find any difference between the current current government and Lapid. He endorses killing and settlements and so on. Accordingly, and another point is that there are some Palestinians in 1948 who are Knesset members, and they fight ferociously in their discourse, their political discourse. They bump with these fascist Zionist mentalities. So I don't think that what you've presented is really feasible or at least effective. Thank you very much.
أنا اسمي مضر قسيس.
مضر قسيس. I would like, that's a question and a request from Gilda. Can you maybe elaborate more on the issue that everybody's bringing up, having a division in the Israeli society? Just to tell one thing, division in the Israeli society does not mean that this there's a category that supports the Palestinian case. A division means the inability to do something, not necessarily to agree with the opponent. My point in this regard is about the popular situation that Israel is living in now. The supporters of Netanyahu has reached unprecedented rates, and even it increased more after the war on Lebanon. At the same time, there are societies who really fear for their children who die in these wars, and the government would lose its shares but Israel, on the other hand, is facing the opposite. Its shares are rising, and if you remember, in 1982, there was a big opposition for the government because of the war on Lebanon. But now what happened is completely the opposite. So can we really add what you've just presented under the expansion of popularism? Maybe this is a phenomenon that needs to be inspected. Let me just say that this is a discussion that is very common now between among the different national forces, or maybe having any space to be involved with any force in Israel. I'm not talking about here normalization or affiliations, but I'm talking like in terms of the division in the Israeli society. And this is a topic that is discussed widely nowadays. And there's this feel of desperation because it's felt that Israel, it's about a society and not only a government, are being more right-wing rather than moderate. Thank you very much.
شكرا. سؤالي للصديق.
My question is to Al-Arabi, Sadiq Al-Arabi. I don't know if he's still there.
العربي موجود ما زلت؟
Is he still there? Al-Arabi? Maybe not.
العربي
على الشاشة مش موجود.
العربي سامع صوتي من رام الله. طيب أنا سؤالي الصحيح برضو ممكن.
Okay, anyway, my question, also Mr. Gilbert can answer that. Ambassador Zbeidi, my question.
بدي حدا
I would like to hear from someone. What's the connection between what's happening in Palestine now, especially since a year ago to now? How is this perceived? How can it be calculated in comparison with different Arab revolutions? Especially that what's happening in Palestine now can be understood in two different ways. The first is a new chapter of creativity and the excellent potentials in this small place that is called Gaza, which did not surrender for the past year, and it's still a painful thing to the Israelis. But on the other hand, which is the dark side of it, is that the Zionist enemy can push it to the farthest extent in its reactions, criminal reactions. So such issues, such cases are witnessed by the Arab world. And I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about the people and not the governments. And so how do you weigh this scene how do they see it, these people, the Arab people, who will have to take soon enough, maybe make an appeal to what they started to work on in 2010, 2011, if they have the chance to. how would they read the chapter of resistance of Palestinians, especially in Gaza, especially in light of the genocide that's still taking place right now?
تفضل دكتور جilbert إذا ممكن.
Dr. Gilbert,
طيب
please
شكرا
answer the
شكرا
questions. Thank
للجميع
you. Thank
وبالنسبة
you all.
لمستقبل
As for the future
الندوة
of
يعني خلاص
the
بالنسبة لي
forum,
خلصنا بس يا ريت
I
كان
think we're done,
الكاميرا
but
2
the
هي
wish
بتصير
camera 2
الرئيسية
was the main
عندما
one
يتكلم
when
المشاركون يعني
the audience
الموجودون
raised their
بالمقاطعة
questions,
لأنه بهالطريقة
because
حتى
this way
مش
I
قادر
could not
شوفهم
see them,
يعني
and it would be like a better communication if the
المنظر
camera
صغير جدا
is there.
المنظر
But anyway,
الكبير هو الكاميرا 1 يلي فيه رئيسة
which
الجلسة
is me,
فقط يعني هي عم تشوفك
only
على
you we
الفيديو
can see.
هذا
Anyway,
فقط للندوات للجلسات الأخرى. بالنسبة
okay, as for
الجميع طبعا
I thank you all for your questions, for your
أولا
comments.
يعني السؤال
And the question,
السيد عبد الكريم
Mr.
عن
Abdel
العقلانية
Karim,
المشروعية
regarding
طبعا
the
هناك
rationalism and legitimacy. There's a
والعقلانية
difference between
يعني
rationalism
مثلا
and
أشكال
legitimacy.
المقاومة
All types of
ضد
resistance
حالة
against
استعمارية مشروعة
colonialism
كافة
are
أشكال المقاومة عقلانية
original.
لا
Are
كيف
all
تقاس
are they all
يعني
rational?
تقاس
No.
العقلانية
How do we measure
بتطابق
rationalism? It's
الوسائل
measured through
والأهداف
the seeing that
والمعطيات
the tools
يعني هنا
are
يجب أن تكون
in
هناك
line with the
صيغة
goals. There should
باختيار
be this
الوسائل
formula in
وسائل النضال
selecting the
في ضوء
tools of struggle
أهداف
in
ومعطيات
line of the
السعي
objectives,
هنا تكون العقلانية
and this is where it's rational when
ولا أعتقد أن
and I don't think
العملية
that
الانتحارية
the suicidal
التي قامت عليها
processes
حماس
that
لفترة
Hamas was
طويلة
based on for a long
والتي
time,
أصلا
that
يعني دخلت في نوع
had used for a
من
long time.
التغذية المتبادلة
And it was like
بين وبين اليمين الصهيوني
it was
شارون في
similar
الماضي وصهيوني
to
نتنياهو
the extreme
وما
wing
رأينا لا
in
أعتقد أن هذه استراتيجية
Israel. I don't
عقلانية
think this strategy is rational.
والنتيجة هنا يعني ممكن أن
And we
نتناقش
see the result,
أسبوع
and we
كامل
can discuss
لكن
for a whole week.
الوقائع عنيدة كما يقال
But as we see,
وأين
the
نحن
realities
اليوم؟
are
نحن
stubborn.
اليوم
And where do we
كارثة
stand now? We're
أمام
now in a
كارثة
big
لا سابق
catastrophe
لها من العمق
that was
يعني
unprecedented.
كل من يعتبر أن
Anybody who
المفاوضات
considers
ستنجح إنجاز
that
عظيم فعلا يعني
Al-Aqsa
يتعامى عن
was
الحالة اللي نحن فيها هي
it's
لأسوأ
like
حالة
folding
للنضال الفلسطيني فقط الشعب الفلسطيني
the
لكن
eyes.
الموضوع
It's
حرب
this is the
إبادة
worst
بكل معنى
situation.
الكلمة يعني
This
حتى
is
تعبيرات
and even
سميناها
in
بالعربي
1948
مش
we
إبادة
called it
هنا إبادة
ethnic cleansing.
أسوأ من
This is
التطهير حتى
genocide.
ما يجب
This
ما
is worse
يجب أن
than
نكون
ethnic cleansing,
واعيين
and we need to be fully aware
بهذه الأمور
for
طبعا
of all these
يعني
issues.
أسئلة عديدة
And so
تركزت
also many questions focused on
السادة الكرام على موضوع
the colleagues about
المجتمع اليهودي
the
طيب
part
أولا
that has
نحن
to do
ننظر
with
نظرة
the
تاريخية
Jewish
يعني
society.
بعد
We need to look at things
التحرير
historically. We're not
في
talking
خلال
about
6
the
أشهر
liberation in 6
أو
months'
حتى 6
time
سنوات في
or
الحقيقة
even 6
نحن
years'
ننظر
time.
تاريخيا
We're
مثلما
talking
كان هذا المجتمع
historically, just
فعلا
like
كما
this
أعتقد
society.
من ذكر هذا الموضوع
And whoever
ممكن
has brought up this
مضر
issue, maybe
يعني
mother,
في 82
in
كان هناك معارضة
1982,
كبيرة
there was a big
أكبر تظاهرة
opposition,
بتاريخ تاريخ
biggest
الدولة
demonstration
اليهودية
in the history of that
في بعد
country.
حسب ما أتذكر سنة 76
And then there was Sabra and
وقت
Shatila massacre,
الاحتلال
and
الصهيوني للبنان سنة
Israeli
88
occupation to
انتفاضة
Lebanon in
88 شكلت
1988.
شرخ كبير
Intifada
بالمجتمع الإسرائيلي
was
يعني ما بعرف إذا العمر اللي عم
created a big
يتكلموا
fragment
بس أنا عمري
in
أكثر من كافي
the
حسيت الكلام كله
Israeli
حتى داخل الجيش
society.
الصهيوني
So
صار
even
أزمة
within
هي
the Zionist
أو الموضوع
army, ethical issues
المعارضة المحتلة ودعوة إلى
came
وقف
up regarding
الاستقلال إلى وقف
the
الاحتلال
Palestinian occupied territories and the call to stop the settlements. So there were like beginnings of this fragmentation in the Israeli society, at least after the 1967 borders, let alone other things. Even the Al-Aqsa flood, it wasn't also Zionist or not Zionist. It was among the Zionists, but it was but the depth of this crisis had given the chance to raise the Palestinian voice in the 1948 lands and in the occupied territories. What happened next? Nothing. The Aqsa flood. What happened? It came then, and which led to the unification of the Israeli society. And I've written a lot about fascists and fascist movements and in the Jewish society, which hasn't started today. It has started since the Likud made it to the government in 1977, but today it's at its highest extent. And as was mentioned, there was this consensus within the Israeli society that they are supporting what's happening in Gaza, the genocide and so on, which took us steps back to where we were and also due to what's happening and seeing that why
عملية 7 أكتوبر
and as happened in October 7th, it's legitimate, but it's not rational, and its result was catastrophic.
الأمور التي نحن بحاجة إلها باستثناء أمر واحد
except for one thing.
هو يعني تصاعد حملة التعاطف والتضامن مع الشعب الفلسطيني.
For only one good thing resulted from it is the compassion with the Palestinian people.
ليس هذا التعاطف بسبب أو بفضل 7 أكتوبر بل بالرغم من 7
أكتوبر. October 7th, but this the October 7th, the first result of October 7th was solidarity or support, sympathizing with the Jewish, the Israeli, but the Zionist genocide that is unprecedented that we all see. This has led the moving of the younger generation worldwide and the world conscience and the solidarity with the Palestinian people. We have to look from a historical perspective. If there is no way to divide the Jewish community, then the result should be this is a struggle that has no horizons. If you believe that you will be liberating Palestine through armed struggle, this is an illusion. This is a complete illusion. And we have been witnessing the achievement of one state, not as a democratic state, but as a Jewish settlement state on all the lands of Palestine. This is what is being accelerated and happening rapidly through the last year. So these are the things that we have to think about. Now, two states, there are no two states. To have one state in Gaza and in the West Bank with coexisting with the Zionist state, and to be an independent one, this is a complete illusion. There could be a Buntistan or like the little states during the apartheid regime in South Africa, and this is the case of the Palestinian Authority.
لا يمكن في هذا الإطار. كيف
In this
يمكن
framework, you
تغيير
can't achieve anything. How to change things? They can be changed.
يعني على طريقة الانتفاضة الأولى التي فعلا شكلت ضغط أقوى
like the
ضغط
previous or the first intifada or
بالاعتماد
uprising that
تاريخي
exerted pressure on the occupation after the 1967, 1988, the intifada or the uprising of 1988. But once again, through the uniting with the struggles in Egypt and to unite with Egypt and Jordan in your struggles, I'm without changing
هذا الطوق
this framework without changing Egypt or Jordan, and you know that the majority Jordanian population are Palestinians, so there is a unity, a very natural unity between the West Bank and Jordan that is similar to the unity between the West Bank and the 1948 territories. Of course, it's bigger with the Jordanian population. These things need to go under a wise, reasonable strategy for the liberation of Palestine, and we should not be relying on religious or divine victory to or angels to liberate us. So this is what we mean by rationality. And today we are in a situation or in an atmosphere that is very difficult. I appreciate this, how difficult it is for people to absorb or to understand it. But we have to think, we have to have this kind of rationality. We have to reconsider all these things. We are about to approach a great catastrophe with not only a regional but rather an international impact. We need to reconsider all the concepts and the methods or approaches and goals of struggle. Thank you so much. This is how we finish this session. We would go now to lunch, to a lunch break.
فتفضلوا، شكرا، يعطيك العافية، شكرا.
وتحياتي للجميع وشكرا لكم.
تحياتنا إلى
Thank you all.
بس نستنى يصير جمهور. نبلش؟ يضل حدا برا ولا خلص؟ ضل مضار؟ بلش؟ طيب، مساء الخير للجميع. أهلا وسهلا بكم في الجلسة
Good
الختامية.
afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the concluding session of the 29th conference of Muwatin.
ختامها مسك مع
We'll conclude with the professors that we have in this session.
الدكتور عبد الرحيم الشيخ
Dr. Abdurrahim Sheikh, who is here, and Dr. Bilal Shobaki and Dr. Joshua Harrington, who are with us via virtually. We would start this session with Dr. Abdurrahim Sheikh. He's a member of the Academic Philosophy and Cultural Studies at Birzeit University. His work is on poet ideology, translation, and some ideas about the Palestinian identity in the prison, the refugee camp, and the cemetery. His paper is about the decline of the Palestinian culture, prepared by Dr. Faisal Darraj, who's also a critic who has a PhD in philosophy from France. He worked in the Palestinian Studies Center in Beirut and in a number of Palestinian ideology and Arab magazines such as the Palestinian Affairs and the Arab Harvest. Please, Doctor.
طيب، يعطيكم العافية.
Hello, everyone.
يعني يسعدني ويشرفني
I'm really happy and honored to present this the paper of my friend Faisal Darraj,
متواجد حاليا
who's
في
currently in Amman, Jordan. He's a refugee from Jauna. The title of the presentation of Mr. Faisal is The Decline of the Palestinian Popular Awareness. I would read this paper and then I would ask Mr. Ahmed and the organizers. I will share some comments on the paper. This title, which is not optimistic, requires standing before three phenomena: the general decline that characterizes the Palestinian national reality in its basic, joined by political organizations or the so-called organizations which promised once to unify the Palestinian people and lead them forward and supervise their future in making this future, and were satisfied with loud slogans that were empty of content, which included the popular and democratic and revolutionary, as well as the Arab, and sometimes equated all the slogans and established them on a perspective that is the basis of liberation, which means a new revival for the Palestinians, which unleashes all his creative potential and makes him subsequently worthy of belonging to his cause and victory. However, these organizations, which generated after the historic defeat of June 1967, failed in what they promised and even retreated from that and turned into formal nominal structures characterized by stagnation and incapable stagnation, and became an obstacle to what they promised. So they are neither, at least now, popular nor democratic, and their liberation dimension has fallen since it neglected the issue of women, culture, and effective national unity that is built by responsible dialogue, integration of rights and duties, criticism, self-criticism, and competition in reviewing and reviving the national issues raised. The verse of national decline, which is necessarily political, and what we derive from it in terms of the decline of popular awareness, is evident to the simulation of the Arab authoritarian situation, which is characterized by decline in turn, as if Palestinian life, political life, if the expression is correct, were an extension of societal life in which there is no politics. If the extinction of politics in the Arab world is explained by the duality of corruption and tyranny and the dominance of fear and silence, then its extinction, extinction in Palestine is explained even to some extent by the dissolution of the supposed political references, which are tragic both in appearance and in essence, since neither the political entity that supervises the national work is apparent in its effect, nor the approach to liberating the homeland exists. And all that exists is a formal authority centered in Ramallah, which gives the illusion that it's an authority like other Arab authorities, but it is not an authority since the former has devoted its capabilities to the renewed preservation of authority. Therefore, probably the Palestinian situation context is catastrophic or disastrous because it has failed to show the Palestinian action, and the Palestinian organizational groups recognize the national center. Therefore, it is okay to speak about the political collapse of the Palestinian national project that is between the people and the leadership. Even though there are so many martyrs are still being, and there are parties who are defending Palestine, but both things are not going under the Palestinian Liberation Project for two reasons. The national work that expresses the work, the collective work that goes beyond the factions and parties does not exist. There are some factions that are affiliated to Palestine, but there are no Palestinian united parties or factions. If these organizations are not, they would lead to the fragmentation of the Palestinian work. Of course, there are some quotes and expressions that I can't express here. The other reason, there's a weird equation about and a real challenge between the military operations in confronting the Zionist project. So there's no way to liberate the country without a political, collective, intellectual project that liberates the ideologies while uniting the comprehensive Palestinian struggle history, starting with the demonstrations of Jerusalem back in 1920 through 1929 and the revolution and the revolution of 1936 and the armed resistance in the middle of the 60s. The word of the resistance is the only one that is really heard in this context. Throughout the Palestinian struggle in its various decades should consult and be enlightened by the sacrifices of the Palestinians, starting with Aziz al-Qassam, Abdel Qadir Husseini, to Ghassan Tarafani, to Najil al-Aji, and the poetry of Mahmoud Darwish, and the stories of Azzam and others. The popular national political work is renewed, and it's the one that unites the Palestinian history of struggle history. The Palestinian struggle is the struggle of a people and not the struggle of factions or parties. It's a historical long one that does not accept the division or partition. It's a free ideology that it is self-educated and learns from the it continues to be enlightened due to the to keep the history of the Palestinian struggle in its renewed relationship. It is the reference of the Palestinian national awareness. Therefore, we would ask, what's the difference between the Palestinian awareness we may ask, what is the position of Palestinian popular awareness in administrative practices that speak in the name of the homeland and have the features of a deal? The most present and painful question is, if there had been any collective national work, would the Palestinian situation have ended up where it has today? Or searching, or while the other one is Israeli looking after the interests and enjoying the loyalty and the affiliations. It's a horrible one. It's a bad one. You would no official can ask about the actual interest, given that the blind interest thinks that it's the truth, and outside of it, whatever is outside is only against the fake legitimacy or that is based on the Arab, the national blood that objects the oppression of the Palestinian people and the suffering. Since as we are talking about the retract or the decline of the popular awareness, we need to think positively about how it used to be before that. I mean, the diverse and the multi factions or groups that had their different and the different intellectuals, the different factions, and before the educated people or the intellects would be more loyal to money, their role was they used to have a role in writing and or involving in dialogues between the economy or the culture, especially with professional intellectuals and to work against the ambiguity and make things more clear and less costly. Probably Ghassan Kanafani is a picture. Perhaps Ghassan Kanafani was and still is an image of the Palestinian national intellectual who addresses the message who believes in, and they exchange trust, purposes, and recognition, as well as Najil Ali, who appointed himself as a spokesperson for the truth and spontaneous popular awareness. Given the effectiveness of both parties and their role in awakening the masses and engaging in dialogue with them, the Zionist enemy assassinated the first and an internal enemy with some difference assassinated the second. The image of the negative intellectual who unites organizational loyalty and the monthly allowance dominated, as the first is a guarantor of privileges and jobs, and the second is a tool of oppression, seduction, and mischief. In fact, the Palestinian National Action is read in its first goals, which promised liberation and the recovery of Palestine, and sometimes went too far and saw itself as an Arab vanguard, leading the Palestinians and all the Arabs before those who said so became another image of official Arab political life, which is characterized by death and hostility to liberation, whether individual or societal. The Palestinian administrative official imitation of the Arab official led to the extinction of politics and culture together, and to the siege of popular awareness and the fear of the autonomy of the popular political movement. And evidence of that is the outcome of the first Palestinian Intifada uprising at the end of the 80s of the last century, which constituted a distinct bright spot in the Palestinian struggle, and in which women played a vital role. The various organizations rushed to stifle this intifada or uprising and sabotage its spontaneous leadership. Some of us are, there is a difference between language, some language typos. So he's using now, they rushed actually. Some of us adhere to the duality of the follower and the followed, as it is the beginning and end of the national work, and some saw the role of women as an unbearable burden. The first embodied oppression based on Mr. President, who put in his pockets the political secrets and monthly allowances, and some later reduced national work to the dichotomy of believers and non-believers. Here we ask, what is the meaning of national liberation if the allowance is a guarantee of practice and loyalty? And what is this practice whose correctness is guaranteed by an expected monthly allocation? What are the horizons of liberation that stand above those who measure degrees of faith in military operations, whether they are reckless or calculated? And what is the difference between the Palestinian awareness and others if the reference does not need geography and history and dissolves into an abstract generality whose basis is faith, which sees in national independence with a defined identity and encroachment and apostasy. The Palestinian national work has known from its beginning what suppresses free choice. The monthly allocation or allowance was not limited to individuals, but also included subordinate organizations that had to accept a primary reference that distributed allowances or allocations to the organizations that accepted it. This is why the term National Front, which was known by multiple liberation movements, remained expelled from Palestinian national life. There has always been a single decision maker and reference, and this continued to this day, despite the differences in conditions and possibilities or capacities. Within such limits, popular awareness either relies on its own efforts or resorts to daily media and naive comments, or is subject to a will that tames, distorts, and monopolizes it. It's not the talk today name of Palestinian cause subject to a single place and a single official with his disloyal companies or companions who share with it the silence, the absence of effort, dialogue, and corruption as well. The confusion or that accompanied the Oslo Agreement indicates a political administration preoccupied with its own destiny, the way the agreement was achieved, the tools that contributed to its formulation, and the sarcastic ambiguity that surrounded it, all announced a deficient administration obsessed with preserving its positions as if these positions were a profession that generates rent and a privilege that cannot be relinquished. The political performance that formulated the Oslo Accords does not surprise anyone, as the controlling institution is addicted to reducing facts to the fact of a senior official, where self-criticism, like collective decision, seems filthy and close to treason. Perhaps the absence of self-criticism, like collective work, made the agreement deal exist before it was established. We may ask, what is the position of the Palestinian popular awareness in administrative practices that speak in the name of the homeland and have the features of a deal? The most present and painful question is, if there had been collective national work, would the Palestinian situation have ended up where it has today, with Palestine reduced to a voice that does not know how to speak and that compromises and in order to maintain its position? The abolition of politics in official administrative work was reflected in preserving the traditions of the individual, the elite, that supports him, and the individual references that are subservient. This bankrupt work covered itself with a pre-verbalism consisting of the right of return Palestine and its capital Jerusalem as its capital, the blood of the martyrs and the spirit of Palestine. Thus, politics, which is a liberation transformational act, turned into a traditional act that is anti-liberation and different from that. Popular consciousness does not come from itself or out of the blue, as there are necessary elements on which it relies, the first of which is effective societal dialogue, collective cultural action, renewed self-criticism, and recognition of the role of women, which does not need recognition because it exists by necessity. There is also a cultural political policy entrusted with unifying the Palestinians in the diaspora and highlighting a clear and integrated national point of view, even if relatively. Today, the Palestinian popular consciousness or awareness in its true sense comes from opposing the loose practices that speak in the name of the Palestinian cause, embodied in a group that no one elected, because it inherited a negatively that was based on elevating the sole official and still is. It is self-evident that Palestinian national awareness comes from the practical struggle against the Zionist enemy, far from Palestinian references, cold leaders who are comfortable with calm and stability and undisturbed relations with the Israeli enemy. This is the end of this presentation of Mr. Faisal. Please allow me to introduce some or to share some comments. I would like to make some comments, two comments actually. The first one, if we remove the period regarding Oslo, if we remove it from this presentation, would this presentation be good to read any period of time ever since the PLO was launched? And why did the question, why did Mr. Faisal Darrar preferred or to be distant from all the aspects of the reality which is active in the formation of the Palestinian culture and criticizing it? This is my first comment. The second one reminds us of an intervention by Mr. Faisal Darraj before the culture of arguments or dialogue was vanished in the Palestinian culture, which is part of the Arab culture. And that is actually an intervention by Mr. Faisal commenting on the book of Mahdi Amir, the colonial production. He asked some verbal and some questions, political questions. The response or the reply was by Mr. Faisal Darraj by Mahdi Amir that Mr. Faisal read another book. He commented on it, and it's not the colonial production pattern book and the Civil War. And based on these two comments, my question is, or maybe some questions, first to Mr. Faisal Darraj, and to contribute to the discussion. The first one is a formal question based on Mr. Faisal's questions to Mahdi Amir. Why did Faisal Darraj choose the popular language, the political popular language, and the decisive political language? Why did he said the internal enemy? He almost called it the internal enemy that assassinated Najil Ali. And Nizar Banat, who has another name. So why didn't he use the name? This is the talk about the Palestinian organization, the PLO and or the PA. So this is the first aspect of. We would not refrain from also mentioning the political force at the Palestinian arena that is not incorporated, or that doesn't come under the PLO. The resistance is a key word used only one time in the presentation, and it is referred to only a historical aspect, which is the continuation of the revolution until the launching of the PLO. In terms of diagnosis, I think
وكمان باستعارة من مهدي عامر في رده على
using Mahdi Amir's response to Faisal Darraj, it's as if Mr. Faisal read another reality or situation, not a different book this time, but a different reality. Where is the criticism of Mr. Faisal about the total or entire collapse? He's talking about the national movement since the building or the establishment of the PLO. This leads to other questions, with the exception of the criticism of the authoritarian structure of the Palestinian Authority. There's no criticism of the national movement in its traditional manner, as well as the genocide war in Gaza and against Lebanon and Palestine is absent. All the culture produced and leading to the Palestinian resistance movements and Arab resistance movements and their incubators and environments. This is absent in the presentation. At a verbal level, there's another important question that has to do with how we see the Palestinian intellectual today, whether trained within the conventional national framework. It's also the question that Mr. Faisal Darraj asked to Mahdi Amir, if the political practice is on the ground, why should we write theories? I think he meant the Mahdi Amir in the Lebanese Communist Party. So since you are practicing revolution on the ground, why why come up with the theories? Today we would ask an intellectual who's wearing the preacher, has no political incubator to speak through, nor a practice on the ground. So where does this intellectual stand, or where can this intellectual preacher practice his actively in his political party? And if the resentment of the resistance is confined to faith, this could be another question. And at a critical level, Mr. Faisal Darrar continued his important this critique and the concept of the Palestinian rural intellectual in the revolutionary or in the movement, the struggle movements, and his so this critique is okay, but to me it seems that Mr. Faisal doesn't see three types of intellectuals that were not included in this absent culture probably in the past 40 years, starting with the first Intifada or uprising. And so far, the first intellectual is the Islamic or the Islamist intellectual. We're not talking about imams at that Jum'ah. We were talking about intellectuals who's been also represented. Or the other type of intellectual is the son of the Islamist culture, is the son of the Arab culture, and the culture that is produced in prisons. The Palestinian prisoner movement, which is strong and which is also a leader, which is leading an important part of the popular culture and is inspiring. Actually, I mean the popular awareness that the culture. I'm sorry, I think there is a problem here. We mean the popular awareness as opposed to culture in the presentation. There's a difference. The third intellectual who tries to unify these two currents or these two aspects or the feeders that takes us to an important place, tries to produce this intellectual that Faisal Darraj talked about, which talks about which we talk about a productive intellectual in confronting not only the Zionist project, but in confronting the Palestinian project that Mr. Faisal described and defined. The last question, at an ethical level, Mr. Faisal also taught us in his reading of the ideology, the European ideology, or the Frankfurt School, which he describes as the Marxist or the Jew who spiritualized Marxism. We don't want a Palestinian to spiritualize the PLO or to make it more faith-based. Faith is seen as an accusation against the Islamist movement. We cannot make a copy of those who were victorious in order to achieve victory. But as Palestinians, they seek to find salvation, which is different from the salvation of the Jews of Europe that were given the salvation project by Zionism. We cannot resort to their resolutions, but we need a group of intellectuals from all three tributaries to contribute to this salvation project today, and or maybe not today. I mean not today. I mean before the war and after the division. Also back in 2006, the first charter, the first prisoner charter, the first political prisoner movement that invites does not call for political solutions, like one to give consideration, to give back the consideration to the liberation option. For example, Marwan Barghouthi, Ahmed Saadat, Abdallah, and Haidar Eid, Rifat Al-Alul. We need to see what is their perception of the national national redemption or salvation project, and it's a separate project. We continue to call for this project. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abdulrahim, for this presentation and all the comments and questions that you shared. We move now to Dr. Bilal Shobaki, who will be introducing or presenting a paper on reimagining the Palestinian National Project mobility versus partisanship. Mr. Bilal Shobaki is head of the Political Science Department at the Hebron University, and he has many writings in the Palestinian cause. And Dr. Bilal, do you hear me? Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon, everyone.
يعطيكم العافية وشكرا لمواطن
Hello,
على
everyone, and thank you for Muwatin for this invitation. But if there are any technicians, I can see hear the echo of my voice, which will be really
يعني باختصار شديد وحتى أبدأ يعني على طول في
to
الموضوع
continue to go into the idea of this presentation.
منذ اللحظات الأولى التي أسست فيها
Since the
السلطة
first
الفلسطينية
Since the
minutes
very first moments when the Palestinian Authority has started and when the talks started about
تحول في
the
أدوار
transformation in the roles
كبرى الحركات الوطنية
of the
الفلسطينية
biggest Palestinian movements, Fatah,
حركة التحرر
and from the taking the or assuming the liberating movement to a political movement, the discussion started also on the possibility to have
وأن تكون فعلا عملية بناء المؤسسات
that building institutions or creating institutions would be the way to make it to the state, or it would be an impediment. And then this discussion is still going on. Up till now, there's this challenge that some Palestinian institutions will not make it. And this crisis has worsened after the 2006 elections, and when Hamas became part of the body of the Palestinian structure, when the question was can the Palestinian Authority use its structure as a tool of a Palestinian national struggle, or would it be a tool of fragmenting the Palestinian movement? So can Palestinian Authority change its roles or be dragged to change its role, which was proved later that this will not happen because the Palestinian Authority was not created to be based on what Israeli policies would implement and accordingly take it to decision making. And who will be in charge of its structure. In its structure, it was not allowed to be in this way or to be existing or and to have its potentials, except based on a conviction by many, on the international level or maybe on the Israeli level, that this PA cannot form any threat
للمشروع الاستيطاني
for the Zionist colonial settlement project.
وحقيقة
And actually,
في موضوع يعني حين نناقش موضوع السلطة
when we
الفلسطينية
discuss the PA issue and entering of the different Palestinian movements, and that will have different functions that are closer to being political factions, discussions would would be about the roles that the PA assumes and what is in line with
مشروع أوسلو
the
برمته
Oslo Accord, and which would play functional roles that the occupation might play. Mostly, most of this criticism is about the security coordination. But I see that there are other issues that are more of risk, although I'm still in the research phase in this, because such ideas stemmed after what we've seen in the Gaza Strip during this year. In return for this or opposing to this project, there's another project that will want to encounter the occupation using different tools. It's like what happened and what like the armed movements. And so in the Palestinian context, this question is, what is the use of the resisting actions? And another question, can this silence be or as and be described as a political outcome just to maintain what is happening and identify what might be acquired.
كنت أتابع في الجلسة السابقة
In the
سؤال
previous session, I was following
رسالة
on a question
الدكتور
that
باسم كان يسأل عن
Dr.
الشعوب
Bassem
العربية
had
التي تتابع
posed. It's about the
هذا
Arab
المشهد
nations that were
الذي
following
يتم
this
الآن داخل قطاع غزة.
scenery that's happening
كيف
in
يرى كيف
Gaza,
ترى
this
هذه الشعوب
landscape. How
العربية؟ وربما
do
هناك
these
سؤال
Arab
الآن يطرح داخل
nations see
كل
what's happening? How
غرف.
do they perceive it?
حالة الفتور الشوارع
It's this
العربية ما هو سرها؟
coldness in the Arab
في سؤال سابق
streets.
لذلك إنه
And
حالة
there's another
الفتور
question that this
الشارع
coldness
الفلسطيني
in the there's a coldness in the Palestinian street
ما هي
popular.
العوامل
What are
التي
the factors that
خلفها
stand
بمعنى
behind this coldness?
إنه
Meaning,
لم يعد السؤال سؤالا حول
the
العرب
question
بقدر ما
is
هو
never
سؤال
a
أيضا
question
حول
about the Arabs
الفلسطينيين.
as much as
حالة
it is about
الهدوء
Palestinians. That
والسكون
this
يمكن أن تتجه
silence,
لها الكثير من الشبهات
coldness from
والتفسيرات السياسية
Palestinians can be
التي
explained
تنطبق على
differently.
ذلك
It
إطار
can be
الاستقرارية وحالة
it's
التنمية واستحداث الدولة
because
الوطنية وإلى ذلك والسياسات
it has
والفكر
many
الغربية على وجه
justifications.
التحديد وهي
It
ضد
could be
الفلسطينيين
like
والدفع
result
بالقوة
through
الرهينة
ethnic
ويمكن أن
cleansing,
نتناقش
genocide,
أيضا
and so
في
on.
مسألة
And the things
اختلاف
can be
الرؤى
also
في جذب
discussed
العمل
regarding
العسكري وقد سبق في الجلسة
what we
السابقة أن
see
نوقش
in
هذا
the
الموضوع حول فكرة
what was
عقلانية العمل
discussed
العسكري ورد على
privately
الضيف
about
الكريم
how things
بكثير من
can be done,
الرؤيات من قبل
and
آخرين
many other issues
المسألة أصبحت
could be
أبعد
discussed.
من
But
ذلك
now it's more than this,
ليصبح
so that
الفعل المقاوم مشبوه
the resisting action
يطرح بأنه
becomes
فعل مشبوه
as
يقود
if
إلى
it
تقويض
is
الوجود
um,
الفلسطيني
that
والفعل
it is
المستفيد
a
يقال
very
عليه إنه فعل وطني حكيم.
improper,
هذا
and
الأمر
and
لم
the
يصل
action,
برأيي يتم
real action was
ولم تكن
would
لنناقش
be
بقية الأمر
thought of as the
لولا
opposing one.
عمليات التحول
So
التي
without
شهدتها
the
الحركة الوطنية
transformations that we've
الفلسطينية في
seen,
مرحلة ما
that
بعد
so it was
تأسيس السلطة
perceived as
الفلسطينية
suspicious after the
ليصبح
establishment of the PNA.
ما نتحقق من هنا
What
مؤسساتية
was
وأن تحققنا
achieved
إنتاجية
from
في السياق
institutions and new
الاقتصادي والسياق
trends of
الاجتماعي
livelihood
بين
in the
قوسين
social and
مكتسبات
economic
يجب
trend
الحفاظ
are
عليها وأي
acquisitions that need to
تهديد
be
لها
maintained, and any threat
معناه
for them
أنه فعل
means
مشبوه بغض
that
النظر
this
من
is a
كان
suspicious act,
وراء هذا
regardless
التهديد
of
بمعنى
who was
الحديث الآن
behind this
عن
threat.
إمكانية
Meaning
خسارة
that
الفلسطينيين لهذه
if a
الأمور
Palestinian
أصبح
were
يوضع
to
في محل
Palestinians
شك
were
أنه
to
من
lose
الذي يقف
all
مثل
these
فكرة التهديد. تعرفوا مرات في
acquirements
النقاشات العلمية
would
والنقاشات
be
المؤتمرات
dismissed.
العلمية
And when in
يتحرك
discussions
الكثيرون
during the
وحين
different
يتم تداوله ما
conferences,
بين الناس في
this is
الدوائر
what be
الاجتماعية الضيقة
discussed in the
أو عبر وسائل
social
الإعلام
communities or
الاجتماعي
maybe on
تلك
social
الاتهامات
media,
التي تكال
that
لأولئك
these
الذين قاموا على
things would
فعل
be or accusations
نضالي
for
ما
people,
وهذا الفعل قد جر ما جر
and
من
that this action have
انتهاكات
dragged other
ودمار.
things and other damages.
في كتاب فلسطينيين ناقشوا
There
هذا
are Palestinian
هذا
writers who have
الموضوع من
discussed
بينهم
this
خالد
issue.
وحدة الله كتب في
Like
يعني
Khaled
نقاش في دراسات
Wahdatullah, he
التعاون
said
لتأسيس
and
الحالة
he
الجديدة التي
written for the
ظهرت
explanation of
في
the new
مرحلة ما
this
بعد
new phenomena that had
تأسيس السلطة الفلسطينية.
surfaced after the establishment of the PNA.
هاي البيئة الجديدة اللي هي بيئة
This new
التعاون
environment, it's the
يتجاوز فكرة
environment
التعاون
of
فيها
cooperation.
يسعى
Cooperation
للتعاون على المستوى
exceeds
الأمني
the concept of
وعلى المستوى الذي
security,
يعني
uh,
يكون
which is the level where
الأكثر وضوحا والأفتح
there's
بالنسبة
more
للشعب
clarity and
الفلسطيني.
more provocative for the
لكن هذه البيئة
Palestinian
تحمل
street.
تبعية
However, this
الأنماط
environment
الاقتصادية
carries
والاجتماعية في البلد
changes in
بحيث
the
تحول
social and
العلاقة
economic
الطبيعية
trends, and it changes the
المقاومة في
natural
مواجهة
relationship.
عدوانية
It's the
الاستعمار
resistance
والاستغلال الصهيوني
for the
تحولها إلى
aggression
استثناء
of the colonizer
وتحول
to
الاستثناء
exception, and the
الأصل اللي هو
exception
التعاون إلى
would be,
التطبيق
which is
تحت
cooperation,
عنوان
would be
المصلحة
transformed
أو
into that's
المنفعة
natural,
المصالح
normal, under the
المشتركة
title
وهو
of
طبعا التحول الذي يضيء
interest,
صحيح
which
أنه
is
لم
a
يصل
slow
الشعوب
transformation.
الفلسطينية
Although
لكن
it
هناك
did not touch the
فلسطينيين
lips of all
تشربوا هذه
Palestinians, but
الفكرة
many
وهذا
Palestinians
الحلم
have
وهذا لا
agreed on this,
ينطبق
have
يعني من
believed in
تجرد
this,
الناس من وطنيتها
and
ولا من شعورها
this
الأخلاقي
this does not
ولا
mean
من
that
مشاعر ود
people
تجاه
are void of their
المستعمر. إذا نظنا
nationalism,
بأن
but
التعاون
it shows that the cooperation can make it all, and it can be an exception and can threat the existence of people. This discussion is there, and we see it in many hallways, and it's there, and that whatever is there needs to be maintained better than to have an action that might eliminate what we have. So it's to neglect what's happening, the burial of Palestinians, or the cognitive burial of Palestinians, or the moral burial of Palestinians, and cannot be limited to a limited sphere, just like the armed actions or armed conflicts and so on. So this is happening gradually, and it's inflicting in the Palestinian society and thus creating a new Palestinian society that would adapt with the existing situation and would want to maintain it as is, and better than to make a pivotal change. So the whole illusion and keeping things as is, it's an illusion. Because Israelis can do whatever they wish to do in Palestinian lands and expand as they wish.
المعضلة الأخرى التي حصلت
The
في
other
هذه
dilemma
المرحلة
that had taken place in this phase, which is the transformation of this movement to a factual ones, it's after the creation of the Islamic movement, and then Palestinian formal institutions came into place. Things became coercive. So if one wants to work in politics, it needs to deal with this environment in a formal way.
هذا الجسم المؤسساتي وهي أرضية تستمد قواعدها من
And
ذاتها
it is
وتكوينها
a
لا من
basis
الواعدين عليها
that is meaning that the PLO does what it does as it wishes.
إنه أنت إذا بدك تدخل إلى هذا
So
الجسم المؤسساتي من باب
if you were
التكوين
to
هذه
make a change, the structure of these organizations
لا
is
تستطيع
stronger
فإنها بنيت
than to
لتؤدي هذه
be
الوظائف
changed,
ولا تستطيع أن تقوم
because
بغيرها
it
وهي
cannot do most
إشكالية
of the things,
وسئمة
and the
تضيف
problem here
لهذا
lies
البناء المؤسساتي
in this institutional
ليؤسس الدولة في
structure,
مركز الدولة
and in the phase or the stage where there is no state, but we're in the process of
ويمكن
building the
تلخيص
institutions of
يعني
a
المعضلة
state. So
الفلسطينية
this
وليس كل
Palestinian
المواطنين الفلسطينيين
dilemma
يعترفون بالمعضلة
can
الفلسطينية هذه
be
الوظيفية للسلطة
summarized
الفلسطينية من
in this
التي في تغييب
functionality
منظمة
of the
التحرير
Palestinian
الفلسطينية
Authority,
وتقديم السلطة
and
الفلسطينية
in
وتغييب
giving the
المنظمة الفلسطينية
Palestinian
التي
Authority,
عضو أعضاء
PLO,
مجلس
and
الشعب
to
كان
absent the
يمكنه أن
body
يتحدث بلسان
that was
الفلسطينية
supposed to be
باسم كافة
the
الفلسطينيين
spokesperson of Palestinians,
بأكثر من موقف
and that could
لأنه
represent them in more
حتى
than
بعد
one area.
تأسيس
Even after the
السلطة الفلسطينية
establishment
أصبحنا
of the
نتحدث عن حركة
PNA, we now
وطنية
talk
تتأتى
about a
بلسان
national
أهل
movement
الضفة
that
وقطاع غزة
represents or talks
يعني
on behalf
تعرف أن
of West
حماس
Bankers and
وشعبية
Gaza, Fatah, Hamas, Popular
وديمقراطية
Front,
نطاق
Democratic
عمل
Front,
كل
the scope of
الفصائل
their
العاملة
work, and all
في
these
ميدان
factions that
معظمهم
are in the
ومعظمهم
field,
أصبح
most of
في
their
الضفة
scope of
الغربية
work
في
is in
وقطاع
the West
غزة
Bank and
مع
Gaza,
وجود متفاوت في بعض
with a different
دول في بعض مناطق شتى
representation
مع
in
انعدام
some
الشرعية
diaspora,
في الداخل
but not having any
انطلاقا من العمل
representation in
الحركي
the
إلى حزب
1948 lands.
السلطة
Uh,
يعتبر أيضا
Also, this
الحفاظ
was
على الخطاب
accompanied
الدولي
by
وهي
maintaining
مرتبطة
the revolutionary
يعني
discourse.
كغير مقنع
So
للأجواء
this is
بينما الحركة
an
السياسية
envisaged
حزب السلطة وفي ذات
change
الوقت أحافظ
of
على خطاب ثوري
of
أبقي
the
القاعدة
discourse
الجماهيرية في حال
according
من
to
الفرار
it's a
بمعنى
disguised
أنها تستخدم
face,
خطاب الحرية
meaning that they're
وفي ذات
using a
الوقت
revolutionary
تؤدي أسباب
discourse,
لإدارة
but at
السلطة
the same
حركة
time
حماس
they're
حاولت
playing
إعادة
other
الوظائف
roles.
الحركة
So
والحزب
they started to
والتي
move,
تظن
maintain between this,
لديها أنه بالانتهاء
or to join, merge
باستخدام
between these
هذه
acts. So it was
المؤسساتية
using
لتشكيل
this an
طاغية أو حماية
institutional environment to create an
لدور
incubator
الحركة
for
لكن
the
هذا
role
الأمر
of
تبين
this
أيضا واختفت
movement. But
بعد
later
ذلك
on,
باستخدامها ضد حركة
this
حماس
was
باستخدام
proved that it
أدوات
was used
الضغط
against
وعمل
Hamas
الإرهاب.
as
هذا
one
أمر
of the
لخصته كنت في
tools how
دراسة
to
حين كانت قد
control its
أشار
actions. Condoleezza Rice then was asked about the stand or position of the U.S. administration and asked her why do they look as if they are not very much caring about what's happening to Hamas, and she answered, and this is documented, by the way, in the website of the State Department, U.S. State Department. She said, let them be part of the authority, and they will have to think of how to secure school bags for their children instead of securing cabinets. So they were looking upon it as a tool of controlling Palestinian movements. In addition, the transitional position of the Palestinian movements to become dominant, and of course the oppositions that would erupt, meaning that this contradiction will happen as happened with any country where the contradiction will erupt between these different political movements. So we have the colonizing occupation, and then there's a non-democratic environment, and then there's this fragmentation of the Palestinian society. But and it's not our discussion today, but we all know this fragmentation, this integration of the Palestinian society last 2 decades. So how can we overcome or encounter all this? I don't think there is any Palestinian movement now will insist to keep the status quo and think that it has the ability to encounter or to face the colonizing occupation movement project. I think this is an illusion. They cannot. It's that Palestinian actions need to regain their basic roles as liberation movements and not as political movements, and to rectify the path of the PLO and to minimize the expectations. Now, the biggest dilemma is that such organizations are providing services in everything, regardless of the consent of others. So it's I cannot now say that let's give up everything, but at least let them play a role. What's happening now? At best times, it'll be a big municipality. If it were a big municipality and not the seed of a state as was preached upon, then it's wise from a Palestinian point of view. Then minimizing the Palestinian roles, it's wise to minimize all this, but in return, Palestinian role or PNA needs to be magnified.
الآن يعني أنا أختم بهذه
And
النقطة.
I will conclude here.
تكاد ترى إنه الجميع يتحدث
We
الآن
can almost see that everybody's talking about the decisive plan that is presented by Israel. And there's this conviction that many Palestinians think that the role of Palestinian movements at this stage, it's the non-formation of a new universal system, and this coldness on the Arab front and the streets. So the role of the popular movements is to keep this struggle going on. Meaning that it's they're not aware, they cannot take the decision, they cannot be decisive. Accordingly, they keep the struggle open, and banning the Israeli to make the decision is one of the duties of Palestinian movements, to look for mechanisms how to encounter this decisive plan, and how many Palestinian researchers or writers need to think about this. So if there is a convention of Palestinian movements that they are unable to do this decisiveness and stop the Israelis from not ending the war, then what are the mechanisms that can be presented for Palestinian movements? And when we pose such a question to Palestinian movements, we ask this question as if they have agreed to these roles and that we should provide the answers. I'm done. I think if there is, and during discussion, we will talk about what the discourse of the movement. We will discuss it through the Q&A session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, things will be brought up during discussion. Okay, we move on now to Dr. Joshua, head of the academic committee in UNSA. Joshua was an academic writer in Canada. He's an associate professor, law clerk at the Federal Court and Supreme Court of Canada, as well as assistant professor of Kenneth Alexander School of Law, where he was awarded Professor of the Year. And he focuses Joshua's research, steadfast defense, and as a researcher.
My sincere thanks to Muwatan for its generous invitation to engage in dialogue during this time of monsters. I am speaking with you today from the belly of the beast, the opulent West, specifically Canada. And I come to you with infinite grief for what Palestinians have endured over this past year and century, with infinite disappointment in the Western Academy's abject failure to oppose genocide, and with infinite solidarity for Palestinian liberation and resistance. As a Black scholar writing from within the comforts of the imperial core and upon stolen Indigenous land, I am disgusted by the complicity of our institutions in failing to meet this harrowing moment, and I'm dedicating my scholarly work to naming what we refuse to name and to engaging with, rather than evading, the discomfort of our hypocrisy, cowardice, and our racism. I know I am only one voice, but I will use that voice as forcefully and as relentlessly as I can to fulfill our long abandoned promises of equality and liberty. These are promises which we have superficially held as the theory we hold dear, but which we have practiced with overwhelming contradiction and avarice. I have witnessed these contradictions firsthand. I was an assistant professor at Toronto Metropolitan University, an institution branded specifically as a safe haven for students and faculty advocating for racial justice, and which, paradoxically, had the most racist reprisal against Palestine solidarity in Canada. At TMU, the administration effectively threatened 1/6 of the student body at the law school with expulsion, not even for setting up a Palestine encampment, but merely for writing a Palestine petition. Students who we teach about the importance of the written word threatened with expulsion for daring to use it. Further, I am a doctoral student at Columbia Law School, where a police officer discharged a firearm in a university building while quelling political dissent, where pro-Palestinian protesters, many Jewish, have been defamed as anti-Semitic for their opposition to the industrial slaughter of Palestinians, where a university president will, before Congress, parrot defamatory attacks on pro-Palestinian academics, willing to name the obvious injustices endured by Palestinians. I have always known of the rank hypocrisy in North America, but I perhaps foolishly did not believe that it would reach the craven and incalculable depths it has reached this past year. Let me be clear. I am, of course, appalled by the right-wing nationalism and imperialism that dominates our social, economic, and political institutions. But my greatest disgust is reserved for those who pose as advocating for racial justice, and yet who remain silent in the midst of the most obvious racial injustice, the occupation, apartheid, and genocide of a people. A chorus of center-right to far-left voices should be, if they were principled, unanimous in their opposition to the genocide in Gaza, which, as you all know more than anyone, also includes daily atrocities throughout the region more broadly. Yet so many of us, including senior racial justice academics and activists, remain silent. These are who Malcolm X called the foxes, those who pose as a friend to the wretched of the earth and then ultimately devour them when opportunity strikes. In my lifetime, there has never been a clearer moment than the Gaza genocide of such subterfuge. I have been predictably disappointed by liberal intellectuals and activists in this self-evident context of catastrophe, but I am most outraged by the ongoing silence and therefore the undeniable complicity of the so-called critical legal establishment. So many words for diffuse, subtle, and linguistic mechanisms of hierarchy, mechanisms, to be clear, which matter. Indeed, these are mechanisms that construct the very dehumanization of Palestinians upon which this genocide is built. Yet still, so few words, often no words, about the systematic destruction of Gaza. As Isabella Hamad explains, the bombs that rained down on Gaza were not made of language, and they certainly were not metaphors. To say nothing in the midst of such material catastrophe, in the midst of countless daily atrocities committed for over a year against a captive population of multi-generational refugees who have been made to pay for the sin of European anti-Semitism, is indefensible. That silence, especially from those positioned as scholars of racial justice, is deafening. And it is that silence that compels me to speak out about how we have failed and continue to fail the Palestinian people, and thus continue to fail ourselves based on the commitments we pretend to hold dear. I began my remarks by referring to the immense grief, disappointment, and solidarity I am feeling today, and it is those strong, visceral emotions that motivate this presentation and the written work associated with it. By drawing on my personal experience of reprisal for solidarity with Palestine over the past year, I intend to specifically articulate the many forms of racism that have strategically posed as anti-racist within North America, and relatedly to examine the uses and abuses of identity in our rhetoric and advocacy for racial liberation. As a roadmap, I will outline 4 ideas today. First, an introduction to what I mean by racist anti-racism. Second, the context underlying my analysis, namely the colonization of Palestine and critical race theory critique of Zionism. Third, the case study of Palestine activism and Zionist reprisal, including how notions of identity and ideology are strategically deployed to either describe or obscure the social context of racial hierarchy in Palestine. And fourth, I conclude by noting the urgency of re-politicizing our identity politics towards the racial liberation of all people. First, let's discuss racist anti-racism. Racism is most fundamentally about power, not identity. And this central tenet of racism is displayed astonishingly in the current moment, which can be helpfully described as racist anti-racism. With the death toll in Gaza now likely exceeding 200,000, racist anti-racism turns the world upside down. It is those opposing genocide who are racist, and those supporting it who are anti-racist. Such a formulation is, of course, absurd, but it is a formulation made legible, in part, by a fetishization of identity in our conceptualization of race. Where race is a floating signifier, so too is fighting racism. Put differently, as race floats, racism and anti-racism float alongside it. The end consequence is that even the most obvious manifestations of racism, even genocide, can be re-articulated as anti-racist. What specifically do I mean by racist anti-racism? The phrase is, of course, contradictory. Anti-racism is, by definition, not racist, but the contradiction must be highlighted to accurately capture what is happening. The phrase racist anti-racism denotes specifically the recent expansion of anti-racist discourse, policies, and institutions in service of racism. For example, anti-racist discourse describes racial hierarchy. Racist anti-racist discourse obscures racial hierarchy. Anti-racist policies prevent discrimination. Racist anti-racist policies promote discrimination. Anti-racist institutions pursue racial liberation. Racist anti-racist institutions pursue racial domination. There's a particular mischief in racist anti-racism, motivating my critique of it. Racism is always wrong, but racist anti-racism exploits this moral clarity. It occupies the mantle of racial justice while perpetuating racial injustice. In this way, it is a brilliant tactic, albeit amongst the racially ill-informed. It perpetuates racism while labeling its opponents racist, a charge of serious moral condemnation, and moreover, a charge which people genuinely fear. This fear is essential, even if one is skeptical of racist anti-racism. Is it really anti-Semitic to criticize Israel? Fear of being labeled racist is enough to intimidate even well-meaning allies for racial justice. And so racist anti-racism does precisely the opposite of what principled anti-racism seeks to accomplish. It reinforces rather than resists racial hierarchy. In a time where cross-racial solidarity is more urgent than ever, racist anti-racism works across the ideological spectrum to suppress that very solidarity. For racists, racist anti-racism provides a self-righteous alibi for their continued racism. For example, Israel's so-called decolonial genocide. For moderates, racist anti-racism provides a cautious alibi for their continued silence. That is, the so-called nuance and complexity of Israel-Palestine. And for anti-racists, racist anti-racism qualifies our language and analysis through either conscious or subconscious forms of appeasement. For example, many support Palestinian freedom, but oppose or are uncomfortable with Palestinian resistance. In other words, the mystification of racist anti-racism impacts all of us, from racist to anti-racist. An analysis of racial identity without accounting for racial ideology is too easily co-opted for racial domination. We have witnessed this in the starkest of terms over the past year. In the Middle East, Israel's literal genocide of Palestinians has been described as anti-racist, while Palestinians' legal and moral right to resistance has been caricatured as terrorist. And here in North America, supporters of Palestinian freedom, or even just academic freedom, have been defamed as racist, while supporters of Israel's daily atrocities have been cast as anti-racist. As Jewish and anti-Zionist scholar Alana Lenton notes, quote, Zionism is a sanctioned way to express violent white supremacism in a West that tries to hide its foundational racism, end quote. If racist means anti-racist, then race means nothing. And race must mean something during the apex of racial domination, genocide. To evacuate race of meaning during a genocide is to deny the genocide itself. Never again was most fundamentally an ideological plea, not for Jewish supremacy, but against racial annihilation. We need a political lens to understand this basic interpretive point, and it is a racist anti-racism, which is in meaningful ways obstructing our vision. Second, my article will provide some essential context, which I only need to briefly outline here. As noted, race is most fundamentally about power. Consequently, the history and context of power in Palestine is essential to our anti-racist analysis of it. The article will describe Israel's supposedly decolonial colonization of Palestine, what some Zionists have described unironically as the greatest land-back movement in history. Then I will provide a comprehensive critical race critique of Zionism. This critique will, of course, distinguish identity, Jewishness, and ideology, Zionism, which are strategically collapsed in racist anti-racism for the very purpose of obscuring the context from which power relations emerge in Palestine. Third, I will examine the case study of Palestine activism and Zionist reprisal by considering the uses and abuses of identity and ideology in our analysis of racism. The purpose of this analysis is not to fetishize ideology as a straightforward device for progressive racial analysis. Indeed, Zionists use both identity, that is, the safety of Jews, and ideology, that is, the virtue of Zionism, to defend racial supremacy. Rather, I consider how both identity and ideology can be manipulated to entrench or obscure racial domination. Identity looms large in our socio-legal discourse of injustice. In law, social identities act as gatekeepers to standing for claims ranging from discrimination to genocide. And across public and private institutions, initiatives relating to equity, diversity, and inclusion, in large part conceptualize inequity with reference to protected grounds of identity. Indeed, the reprisal I confronted this past year was almost entirely articulated with respect to identity-based discrimination, namely my putative anti-Semitism. Yet when the impugned conduct is, on closer, or really any, examination, anti-racist rhetoric and activism, to sanction it as racist reflects a substitution of ideological advocacy, that is, anti-racism, with a caricature of identity-based hate, that is, anti-Semitism. The Toronto Metropolitan University students never expressed anything anti-Semitic. That is not to say that they never expressed anything that others could object to, including on the asserted grounds of insensitivity, but certainly not hatred towards Jews. And of course, there is zero discussion on North American campuses about the policing of expression insensitive to Palestinians, since that would require the censure not only of many Zionist students and organizations, but also the Zionist universities themselves. In any case, returning to the TMU students' petition, one could, for example, disagree with the timing of the petition, that is, 2 weeks after October 7th, though by that point, over 4,000 Palestinians had already been massacred by Israel. One could object to the petition's support for armed resistance, even though it is a legal and moral right. One could challenge the petition's tone. It labeled Israel a settler colony and apartheid state, provocative language perhaps within the imperial core, but not particularly controversial in political or legal theory. And one could dislike the petition's failure to ritualistically condemn Hamas. But when Hamas under Zionist hegemony signifies every Palestinian male in Gaza, the United Nations, and even student protesters in North America, indeed, my students were called terrorists in the Canadian press, such categorical condemnation would not only contradict the petition's support for armed resistance, but further could be translated, ironically, into a condemnation of the students themselves. These objections are open to debate in the context of a university animated by intellectual inquiry rather than corporate sponsorship. But it is crucial to understand that each of these objections is best understood in terms of ideology, not identity. in the midst of a genocide, which the students, now a year later, were absolutely correct in identifying, their timing, positions, tone, and tactics were rooted not in hatred or even indifference towards Jews, identity, but rather in a principled commitment to anti-colonial and anti-racist struggle, ideology. Let me speak plainly. In the coincidental context of a self-proclaimed Jewish state, critique and yes, even resistance against that state can indeed trigger discomfort for many, though certainly not all, Jewish people. This coincidence, however, should not restrict the zeal of our racial justice advocacy. Just the opposite. It should increase the passion of our advocacy, as it should make clear the racism inherent in ethno-nationalism. To reason otherwise, that is, to reason that ethno-nationalist anxiety is a normative concern for racial justice advocates, is to separate our analysis of race from our analysis of power. Ethno-nationalism is, by definition, an exercise of exclusive racial power. Consequently, to label anxieties regarding challenges to that power racist is to fundamentally misunderstand how critical racial analysis interfaces with power, not simply identity. The illogic that defames Palestinian resistance as anti-Semitic is the same illogic that defames anti-Zionist Jews as anti-Semitic. That is, it is a fundamentally racist logic, not for Jews, but for Zionism, and thus against Palestinians, their stolen land, and their stolen lives. Lastly, I intend to conclude the paper with a call for repoliticizing our identity politics, to maintain its original mission from the Combahee River Collective Statement, that is, the liberation of all identities from all oppressive ideologies, most notably here, our collective liberation from Zionism, and more broadly, from ethno-nationalism. As my colleague Vincent Wong explains, quote, the end game of the ethno-state doctrine of racism goes well beyond Palestine. It is a fight for the very soul and future of anti-racism as a politics and ethics. The final goal is a set of political, legal, and ideological structures where one can no longer talk about, learn about, name, or fight against racism as subordination and dehumanization. End quote. Either anti-racism will be reframed as the critique of racial hierarchy that it is meant to be, or its legitimacy will be overtaken by its cynical weaponization against Palestinians. A cynical weaponization that many racial justice advocates have effectively sanctioned through their unconscionable silence during the Gaza genocide. But a weaponization that I and others will continue to fight because we understand both intellectually and emotionally the timeless wisdom of Toni Morrison's words that the function of freedom is to free someone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joshua, for this insightful intervention. الآن ننتقل لفتح النقاش والأسئلة، ولكن أرجو ممن لديه أي سؤال أن يعرف بنفسه أولا وأن يكون السؤال مقتضبا قدر الإمكان.
Okay, we move to Q&A. Please introduce yourselves.
دكتور عبد الرحيم، تحب تضيف شيء أو تعيد التركيز على فكرة ما وددت لو
Would you like to add to something?
مداخلة الأستاذ فيصل دراج ذكرت
Yes, I have some comments. That's just for discussion.
شكرا لك دكتور. دكتور بلال.
Thank you. Dr. Bilal, would you like to add anything to shed light on anything? Yes, thank you, Dr. Ahmad. Since audience are tired since the morning and since yesterday, we want to add to what we already heard. Thank you very much, and thank you for organizing this conference. Okay, at the end, on behalf of my colleagues in Muwatin Institute, I would like to thank all participants in this conference from Palestine and outside Palestine, and for the honored guests, those who are with us in this room or in the virtually, and the translators, Mary Khoury and Haipas Yam, and also all workers at Beer State University, the engineering office at Beer State University, especially the sound technician, Abdel Harim, IT department at Beer State University, Tarek, and international relations and Muwatin, especially Joyce Kashua, who had her first baby today. We congratulate her for this, and all volunteers and those who were with us and contributed in the success of this conference. Thank you very much, and we hope we meet in further activities with Muwatin. Thank you very much.
Dr. Joshua, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.